Okay, call the meeting to order, 9:34. Get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor St. Martin,
I'll move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Councillor, call the question, all in favor? That's moved. And 3.1, administration, you want to start with the 2026 operating and capital budget.
Your Worship and members of council, good morning. This morning we have our first presentation of our 2026 budget, and I would like to mention just a few things as Lan passes some materials there. All departments participated in this budget, and they effectively dissected their own budgets. And if you just look on my right, you can see they're all smiling from ear to ear in readiness to have a showcase for you guys for what they have. I'm only cleaning the path for them, but they'll be doing the heavy lifting this morning on my behalf. And some materials have just been passed there. There was a special request coming from the administration. We do have some managers that have some personal commitments, and they will be leaving this morning. So if you look at the slides you had that we presented, the order might change this morning because some of them might only be here for a few hours and then they leave. They have personal commitments, and some of them have some organizational business engagements as well. So along those lines, you can see the new order there. We'll just follow the order as it is, what has been given to you this morning on the package. So we'll be following those slides as they are, and I'll request the communication team to follow the same order, the new order that has been requested. Now, before we get into those slides, I just want to mention a few things at a very high level that will filter in through to the slides that have just been given. Now, part of this budget presentation, we started the case when we met with the finance committee and members who are there. We did explain at a very high level some of the things that we were planning to have in the presentations that we have today. And I also did mention in that meeting that within the organization, we've looked at some areas, especially where we thought we would improve some efficiencies, and we decided to centralize those ones as well. Now, if you look at the RFD itself, we've mentioned about attractive items. That has been a big issue out there, and I think we've got so many questions, and I think today we'll put that one to bed, and the last time we're hearing of attractive items in any of the financial statements. And you know, those are historically the items that was a catch-all category, and we could not explain them well. So this is the final part of it, and you'll never hear of any attractive items. We've relocated those things and making sure that anything that was touching that area is now hitting the correct budget area. The other item that I would like also to talk about before we start is the legal aspect as well. So the legal expenditures have been centralized as well. Just to look at to make sure that there is some efficiencies there. And if you recall, the county has experienced some significant legal challenges in the recent past. So this is just going to help us monitor the legal fees as well. And of course, we've considered every single department that had those legal aspects, and then we put them together for proper monitoring. It's just for, you know, the cost-effective use of those legal resources. The other thing that I would also like to talk about that I think I mentioned to the finance committee is on the office supplies. So that is one area that we'd like to centralize. And I think you'll be seeing the departmental budgets when they're presenting their budgets that the office supplies is gone from their areas, and you'll be seeing it only in the admin area. And that is just specifically to make sure that, again, some monitoring there and cost management. And I think as a result of that, we are also seeing some slight decrease in the office supplies. And I think we are going to monitor it from quarter to quarter so that it gives us effective budgeting when we come to 2027. The other aspect that I would like to mention before we get into individual slides would be on the special projects. And I think this is where the team comes in. I know I've just highlighted a few projects there. Like the NRED, you'll be hearing about that, ECDEV talking about that. They do have some special projects, and I think I will not steal their thunder. I'll leave that one for them to showcase to council what the projects they have and the vision they have in their different department areas. Now, on wages and benefits, that one I'll just touch at a very high level. We did speak to council earlier about realigning, especially when it came to the compensation grade, to make sure that every single employee got exactly what they deserve. And I think part of it, there are only two areas there, and that is we're just only proposing 2 FTEs, and we'll discuss that one probably at a later date. Not a later date, but time allows today. Now, the other item is, which we also talked about during our finance committee, if you recall, was on the training and professional development. And of course, you'll see some slight reduction in training and development. However, administration has ensured that all employees will continue to receive essential training that they deserve. So we looked at it this very seriously together as a team and make sure that departmental heads are giving their respective employees the correct training they need, and also the conferences that they need to attend that would add value to what they do on a daily basis. The next one was, we also talked about, if you recall from the finance committee, we talked about recreation sponsorship and parade expenses. And those ones are probably, I don't know whether the finance committee would want to jump in or allow the CEO to add some value there as well before on recreation sponsorship.
I can speak to it just for clarity for council. Currently, our agreement with Eastlink Park is coming up for renewal. They have indicated to us that they would like some additional funds. We did provide notice to them that we also contribute to them via our ICF with the town, which they were unaware of, and they came back to us and said they were unaware of it, and their original new ask was inappropriate until they got a better idea of what our contribution through the town was. And so they will be coming back for a dollar amount, we don't know what it is, but subsequent to that, we are aware that 2 other associations, Whitecourt Minor Ball and the Mountain Bike Club, do intend to come forward in 2026. In addition to that, I've also heard it from multiple councillors that we have multiple recreation associations outside of Whitecourt
revenue. So whatever comes in as investment income goes straight back into the reserves as per the policy. So for this budget purposes, there is no investment income reflected as revenue. So that one, of course, is something that I wanted to note. And of course, we also have our reserve policy, and the county has different reserves that probably we can talk about as well. Then we also talked about, and I think this would come in as part of when the fire comes into place, where the administration was anticipating some potential additional revenue for fire services. Talking about a new minimum charge being proposed, and I think it was about 1,000 per call. And I think this is also something that we raised during the finance committee as well. And one thing is, it's also supported by the survey results that we had. We had a budget survey, and although we didn't get lots out there, but 61 people responded, and I think this was part of it that was captured as well under fire. So even before fire comes in, you'll be seeing some of those revenues, but I think it's worth, talking about ahead of time before they come in. And I think it was also supported by the census as well. So I don't know whether we should talk about it now or wait when fire comes.
We can wait till the fire comes. We'll
Okay, thank you.
do it in order with the agenda here.
I think at a high level, that's what I have. For capital, I think we'll talk about capital, because if you look at the rearrangement, capital has pushed to the back. But the only thing that I want to touch on before we get into departmental areas is on grants. Now, one thing that I had that was very clear from the finance committee is we need to explore and make sure that we get all these grants that are out there. But I think historically this was not the practice around in here. But I can assure you that at this moment, we are trying by all means to explore all these grants. And I remember we've touched and looked at some areas. Some of the deadlines have passed, and we could have missed some of them. But I think in the coming years, not even in the new year, we'll keep on exploring these grants. And if we get them, the first thing is we'll utilize the grants before we get into the budgeted items or we get into the reserves to get money out of there. And I think right now we are using one area that is not very responsive, and we're not getting good results out of it. We even looked at a different one just about a day or 2 days ago with the senior leadership team, and that one was not very positive as well. We're even exploring ways and means even of bringing somebody in-house in the future. So the best that we can get out of it, because when somebody's in-house, remember, that individual can pay himself or herself depending on the incoming grants. So we've taken that one very seriously from what we noted from the finance committee as well.
I can just stop you for a sec. Just for new council here, historically also this council or county, we used to budget and we would put revenue lines in for proposed grants, whether we were accepted or not. If we applied for a grant for $1 million, we would put that as a revenue side for $1 million, and then we would find if we didn't succeed in that grant, we would just move things around to fill that spot in. The last council, we asked administration not to put grant funds in as a revenue stream in the budget side unless we, like LGFF or something that we knew was coming. So we weren't budgeting for large projects that were grant dependent and find out we didn't get the grant funding. We'd rather find out that we have the streams, we have something there before we had it. So that was a direction we went last council. John?
Thank you very much. I think we can now go into the slides, and I think I'll be touching them at a very high level so that we give the departments enough time to showcase, because I don't want, I can see they're all looking at me, it's our time, but give me a few minutes, I'll pass the baton to you. If you go to the next slide. Of course, that is good. This is the importance of having the budget, which of course are We know the financial stability, communication of priorities, those ones are good. If you go to the next slide. Now, this is the key. And this slide is very important because this is the revenue in and of course, money out. Now, the reason why I'm emphasizing this slide, this is where we get all our revenue streams. And this is where the money is going out. But one key factor that we also need to consider, apart from just the money in and money out, there are also some external environmental factors that must also be considered because they'll play a role in the budget, but they are hidden underneath. And those are the economic factors like inflation, like interest rates, because the interest rates will affect our debentures if you are getting debentures in to, of course, as part of the expenditure or the cost for doing business. Construction costs will vary from time to time. Inflation is always there, and when you have to factor inflation, especially as we move along. So those are economic, environmental factors that are hidden, but they play a role in the budget. Demographic, of course, the population change that we have to factor in because that's where priorities change in terms of anything that we do. And I think later on when we're looking at the capital budget, we'll realize that, you know, we keep on revisiting, even if you pass the budget, the 5-year plan, every year we go back in to look at it to make sure that our priorities are right because population could have shifted and there could be more demands on what we need to do. Regulatory aspects, of course, for provincials, legislatives, and of course, cyber technology and cyber security and all those things. They are very, very important, but you don't see them in the budget, but they affect the budget. Now, if you go to the next slide, I think I like that one because it summarizes what I've been talking about in the last 2 minutes. And it's very, very important because the taxes feed in from the right ratepayers. The grants we've talked about feeds in. The use and permit fees, that's another revenue stream. Of course, they're dictated by the level of service that is required. The service costs, the debt obligations, the economic factors that I was talking about. So it's very, very important. If you put all them together, we end up with that huge cycle called budget. And that's what we're going to discuss today. The next slide might not be very important at this point, but I had to put it in there because I have to present a balanced budget. And then later on, we'll see how did you balance our budget. So all what the departments will be talking about, they all feed into these lines. And at the end of the day, we say our budget is balanced. But I think I'll skip it for now, but we might revisit it later because I know there could be some questions there. At a very high level, for us to balance that budget, the administration had proposed about 5% increase in tax revenue, not the tax rate, not the mill rates or anything. This is just the tax revenue, and this is year over year. And then if you look at our overall, we've scaled down the expenditures, has gone down by about 766,000, which is 2% reduction from 2025. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see that the overall increase in total revenue is also estimated at about 6%. The investment income that I talked about earlier, that 900,000 is no longer included in the budget, so that we don't recognize it as a revenue anymore. Then for us to balance that budget, that deficit money had to come from somewhere. And that is where that 372,000 comes in. And I think that is what I would say at the back end will generate some questions and we will discuss at length. Now, one other big thing that I would like to mention from this slide is the allowance for doubtful accounts. Now, previously, if you remember the first slide that you could have seen before I made the changes, it was sitting at 200,000. And I made that reduction because I thought we were doing well. We had already made some arrangements, prepayments, and all these things were coming in through especially oil and gas companies. But I was notified last minute that there are some oil and gas companies that are not doing very well, and we might not collect some of those items. So as a result, I bumped up the allowance. So we are saying we might not collect 500,000, and I think I leave it at the level of 2025. And we'll keep on monitoring and see towards the end of the year if that would be a reality. If at all things change, then in our final budget, come April after the assessments are in, we might again look at how that figure looks like. But I think at this time we leave it at that level. I think because capital has been pushed to the back end, I would now want to pass the baton to the departments now to showcase their areas individually. And I think we are going to follow what we just gave to council here because of the request that came from some of us that will not be with us for a long time because they have some commitments. And I think because of that, we'll start with egg services. So egg services, I think, can present to your department council.
Good morning, Dawn.
Good morning, Motion for Council. So, in front of you, this will be page 132, I believe, of your packages. So we started with a department summary, which is very similar to the information that you received at the organizational meeting. So if it's okay with you, I can maybe just summarize that very quickly and then move on to other important stuff. So as you know, a lot of our programs, we've got things like our vegetation management, our beaver flood control, our VSI program, the Veterinary Services Incorporated program, our producer education workshops, Tall Buttercup and Oxide Daisy incentive programs, pesticide container recycling, inspections, and equipment rentals are kind of basically what we do in our department. Our priorities for 2026, I've put increased engagement in the no spray program. I think that more should be the roadside vegetation management program, which would incorporate the no spray program too. So we're just kind of getting people more aware of where we are with our spraying program and what part of the county, so it's not a surprise to people when we show up. So just to have more engagement in that regard. We're gonna continue on the development of our additional awards. So some of the things that was discussed at our Ag Service Board was an innovation award as well as a Women in Ag award. So we're gonna continue with that development through the 2026 season. Our wild boar trapping partnership with Alberta Agriculture will continue as well and expand. We're going to be being part of a camera deployment project too, so that we can kind of get a handle on what kind of numbers or populations there are out in our county. So we'll continue with that, as well as the trapping that we're working with now. Our pesticide containers and used oil recycling programs will continue further to expand on that with our including grain bags and twine. So we've got the groundwork laid, we just have to take the next step. So it's like so close, but that'll be 2026 likely. And then continue to work toward access to a weigh scale in the Fort Assiniboine area for our producers. So we've got some progress on that, but we'll continue to work with the industry on that one as well as we go forward. So with that, jumping into the budget itself, there are not a lot of significant changes to the Ag Services budget. We're pretty much status quo. Couple of things we've done is an increase in our Ag Services bursary. Currently it's $500. We're gonna increase that to $1,000 for next year. And we have just taking a look. Some of the, as John mentioned, some of the items you'll see differences in the amounts because they've been amalgamated. So things like our professional development, we didn't have a lot for legal services in Ag Services, so that one won't be a significant line item. We're we're planning to attend, there is going to be a provincial Ag Service Board conference in southern Alberta this year, so the plan is to attend that as well, so that'll be part of our Ag Service Board expenses, but also into our professional development too. We did do a bit of an increase in our Ag Service Board supper simply because the costs have increased in terms of the catering, the hiring of an entertainer, so that'll be a slight increase there as well. And then an increase in our Veterinary Services Incorporated program. We're getting a lot of people subscribing to that program, so we've got a few more costs associated. We're close to our budget this year as far as payments, so we wanna make sure that we have that available to our producers, and that is part of our Ag Service Board grant. We did get funding from that in that grant as well, so. That, I believe, is the biggest highlights. I'm not sure if council has any further questions regarding that.
Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, through the chair, Don. One of the things that we spoke about was, our developing the relationship between the extension with GROW, with Gateway Research Organization and Farming Forward. And there's been a bit of discussion with some of the local mills here of possibly doing some project work. Is that reflected in? Is there a possibility for us to do some of that work within this budget? Or would we need to move some money into there to build those relationships?
Through the chair to Councilor Coken. I believe, we do provide support to GROW and to Farming Forward. And through our resource management grant, I believe there's room already to do that in the budget, so I don't believe we need to add any additional funds.
Okay, good, thank you.
Mr. St. Martin?
Mr. Chair, through to Don. So some of the costs were reallocated or centralized. Do you know what dollar value that was?
I do not know the total dollar value, honestly. With our professional development, where's my sheet? We did, our total professional development would be, I kinda lied. Before that, through the chair to Councilor St. Martin. Our total professional development, and that would be a total of $10,930. So that would include, and that doesn't include council participation in the professional development side because you guys have your own budget for that, but with our members at large, that would be including their costs as well as staff costs for that. That also does not include any health and safety training because that'll be separate as well. So that costs, we've amalgamated that. And then our contracted services was another one for a total of $56,550. And that includes the commitments that we have to Farming Forward and Gateway Research, as well as our beaver trapper contract that we have. And then, excuse me, additional repairs and things like that to our rental equipment if we have to take it out for a contract for, like say, have a welder come in to fix a piece of equipment or take it to a mechanic to have it looked at. A lot of that we can do in-house, but there might be some situations where we need to take it outside. We also have in that contracted services, we do, I guess we've hired, we pay a fellow to do kind of horticulture things, horticulture aspects for us, so he'll do workshops for us, provides information for newsletters regarding trees and other horticultural issues. And just kind of as a reference to us, so he's a resource that I can go to, so we do have a commitment with that as well, and that's $3,500 a year. And any other additional costs would be things like our catering, our workshop speakers, our entertainment, that's a contracted service as well, so. And that's,
Councilor St. Martin, do you have a follow-up?
No, that answers my questions, thank you.
Councilor McNeil?
Through the chair to Don, just a quick question about professional development. Has your professional development budget then changed from last year to this year specifically, or any changes in what conferences you can attend?
through the chair to Councillor McNeil, not significantly, no. Typically, there's 2 conferences that I personally attend every year. And there is an increase slightly because of the provincial tour in the summer. And that's not that much, it's only for 3 days that they go down. So, and that would be for our members at large. So, and that's the only real significant change is that additional conference, but mostly for myself and the board, it's something that we would have gone to anyway, except for that provincial tour, which hasn't been held for, I can't even remember when the last one was, it was quite a while ago, so.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Councilor St. Martin?
Through the chair to Don, so in the other areas, have there been changes that were consolidated?
Through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, not really, there wasn't, a lot of the changes that John referred to were not things that were typically applied to our budget. Like I said, like the legal services and that kind of stuff, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Don? Not seeing any. Got anything else, Don, or are we, if you're good, we're good
I
on these?
have nothing to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. So the next one would be fire.
Morning, Sheldon.
Good morning. Oh, there we go. Good morning.
Good morning. So it's worship before fire starts. I don't know whether you want to touch on that revenue.
It will go through the presentation first, and then when we open up the questions, we can have discussions.
Thank you. Good morning, council. So presenting on the fire services budgets overall, just a quick overview. Departments, as you all know, there's 4 stations for the county. Now we do have mutual aid with the town itself as well. Protective Services' main function is working with county fire departments on equipment purchasing, training requirements, incident command functions, incident documentation, fire department recruitment, and guideline review and procedures. As of November 25, Protective Services has 1 full-time manager and 1 full-time administrator, and roughly 60 volunteer firefighters. Volunteer firefighters are considered employees of Woodlands County and are covered under Woodlands County WCB and Volunteer Firemen's Insurance Services, VFIS. 26 priorities and initiatives, so coordinate and conduct Regional National Fire Protection Association NFPA 1001 standard fire training courses with all stations. This will be utilizing the Fire Service Training Program grant through the Government of Alberta. We currently have a grant that we are utilizing for that purpose, and we just put in application for next year's grant as well to run a level 2. Number 2, finalize the third-party fire service review document that's currently happening on a review stage. We'll have that early next year done. Coordinate the purchase of a new fire engine. So we have a new fire engine that is in the queue with Rocky Mountain Phoenix. We put a 10% deposit down on the chassis, sitting in South Dakota at the facility. And we're being told now that we should have it by July next year in our hands. So that's really, really good turnaround time. Implement new fire reporting data software. It's a big one. We currently use FirePro. FirePro is very old. They do updates to it, but it's not to our standard. And it's, I like to say it's Lego. It just doesn't work for our standard. So we'll be looking at another program called Burst Do. Currently in the process of meeting with their representatives for that data software and implementation. I'm hoping to have it done late next year, it'll take a lot of groundwork, a lot of legwork, a lot of data entry into that program. Worked with the Town of Whitecourt Regional Fire Smart Coordinator on county Fire Smart topics. Fire Smart is a massive undertaking. That's a full-time job for someone. So right now, the town has a grant 2-year project that they've hired an individual to be the Regional Fire Smart Coordinator. I'll be having a meeting with this individual next couple weeks from now to discuss fire smarting for the county and what that looks like and areas that we can improve on. We do have fire smart people that work for the county currently as employees that can go out and do these assessments, but the issue is paying these people because it's after hours, it's weekends, work like that. So it's gonna be a talk with fire smart coordinator to see how in-depth they wanna go. The position itself takes care of the town, Woodlands County, Swan Hills, Fox Creek. It's a big footprint that they take care of, so it's gonna be a big undertaking for that individual. Coordinate the with AEMA Emergency Management ICS 300 in-person training for all county staff and revision of current standard operating guidelines and procedures. Working with fire chiefs on this one. I've sent out several documents and they're reviewing them and getting it back. It's a full-time job to review those and get those done. And time commitment is massive for that, so. Moving on, if there's no questions on that.
Witness part here, Sheldon.
Thank you. Yeah, so just the budgets themselves, there's 4 fire halls, there's actually 6 budgets. So there's the regional ops budget, there's Whitecourt fire budget, there's Anselmo station, Assiniboine budget, Blue Ridge budget, Anselmo budget, and Goose Lake budget. Some of the some of the items have been consolidated into the regional fire service budgets, which is this one. Clothing has come over to the regional side, professional development, so training, a lot of training, we do a lot of training. In regards to contractor services, third party people come in, evaluate, proctor for exams for the province. So we have to pay those individuals to do that. And then I know Mr. Ora was discussing revenue. So I don't know if this is where we bring that up, Mr. Ora.
Yes, I think through the chair, maybe this is the time to bring the revenue discussion. Thank you.
I'll speak to it. What we noticed within our initial budget survey and our census was there is I don't wanna say a willingness, but the community is in favor of fees for service when it comes to a large portion of our operation. The other aspect that we've noticed with the results of our census data is that fire and emergency services is a huge priority and on the minds of our public. And our issue is that we're seeing more and more that fire truck that Sheldon just spoke of, it's great to get one, but they're over $1.5 million now. The cost of fire apparatuses is through the roof after COVID, and we haven't seen a roof to it stopping at the moment. And so we look at that, and I think Sheldon humbly spoke of working with 60+ volunteer firefighters, plus our emergency management aspect. We've clearly identified, and you've seen it within the staffing analysis, that emergency services needs additional support from a staffing contingent as well, just to ensure that we continue to provide an excellent level of service. And we have to find a way to pay for that. And when you have you have $1.5 million fire truck showed up with our staff, it's a good day. But the fact that we send multiple units, multiple locations, and there is no service charge overall historically for those calls, it's a great thing to be able to do. That said, one call can easily cost you $20, $30, $40,000 in wear and tear on our equipment, plus the staffing, the time. It is volunteered, but we do pay. And so transitioning to a model where we propose that we set a minimum rate, I think administratively is an important move for the organization from a revenue standpoint, but the vast majority of our residents are insured for wildfire or insured for fire protection within their homes. That includes a part of the rider that would effectively cover our services, whether it be at a minimum rate or whether at a full rate. And some of those people may be collecting that money anyway. And so setting it at a rate of $1,000 as it's proposed here, or a $2,000, whatever the number is that council feels is appropriate, would start us to getting to a location where we're collecting money to pay for these assets. We have approximately 220 calls a year on average. At $1,000, that's an extra $220,000 a year. That can either be used to increase the staffing resources component, or and in combination to going directly to reserves to help pay for these $1 million pieces of equipment that we do need to replace, and that we do have to come up with some mechanism to properly pay for. We fully acknowledge this is not something that just because you put it in the budget happens tomorrow. If this is the route council chooses for us, we will actively have to engage the public. We will have to make sure that they know the ins and out of it. They also have to update our bylaws. Our fire service bylaw has to make it clear how and when we charge. So those are all things that would be a journey over the next year. We do think administratively that going this route is something we need to strongly look at and if not implement. But we fully recognize that it is a fundamental change to how we run our fire operations. But I will say it is our understanding that every county that we are adjacent to does charge for fire services. The town doesn't, but our adjacent counties do.
So I can to that, Sheo, the discussion that I've had with town administration and council, this is also on their radar as well as something they're looking at implementing because of the cost of it. So, Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, through the chair to Matthew. I'm just a bit in the dark here, like emergency services, that's connected. Fire services, our volunteer people go out to a lot of medical calls as well. And so I think that, that's another aspect. And maybe we're not responding, but I've seen a response with some of our bigger units, which doesn't make sense. But anyway, I think that, like you said, there's got to be a lot of engagement and discussion around this, because I'm not comfortable with, just saying we're going to put this into the budget and without that background there already. So, that's going to be another conversation as well, not just the fire, but what do we do for response? Because currently, my understanding is that if you respond with transportation, there's a certain amount of dollars that come back as revenue to our municipality. So, there's gonna have to be some in-depth look at that as well.
And also, just for council's information before I get to you, is if we have, whether it's a minimum rate or full expense or whatever, that's, built to the individual that has the incident, if the insurance can't cover or there's, other stipulation along that, council does have the opportunity to waive those fees as well. Just because in the policy, if, we can review a situation and if we feel that, it helps out the individual or for whatever on those purposes, we can waive those fees. Councillor McNeil?
Through the chair to administration, kind of echo as well what Peter had said, and a big part of what I'm looking at with this is in setting up a thoughtful process forward, one of the things is just specifically due to the revenue portion. When we talk about, 220 calls, $1,000 per call, exactly, they're a lot different. And I had some conversations at RMA as well with some colleagues in other areas that have had a lot of problems putting in this policy. So I do support when we're looking at a policy that's going to have the insurance payout come back to the county. That's a no-brainer, of course, and I know that that's what some of the successful areas have been doing. I don't see that an arbitrary $1,000 cost across the board makes sense. I think that what we need to do in my mind is I would like to take this into 2026 from a policy discussion. Get the fire services report back, be able to put some thoughtful research and engagement into it, and definitely not have this as a revenue item on this 2026 budget.
Any other discussion? Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, through the chair to Sheldon. Do you foresee that TSI report, once we get the final part of that, having any effect on, like, will there be an effect on the budget? Because, that report may realign a lot of things. And so have you taken that into consideration?
Through the chair to Councillor Coogan, yes, I do believe that there will be some budgetary implications that come from that review. That might be for 27, because the review won't be in our hands until first quarter of 26.
Mr. Ferris, and then Councillor St. Mark.
Just to build on what Sheldon said, in speaking with the consultants, they have identified that we would benefit from additional staffing. That is incorporated in there. The exact person or role that is, we probably need to wait to see what that third party review recommends. But they have indicated to me verbally that we are low when it comes to staffing in emergency and protective services. And we had already identified that, and so that is in the budget. In terms of additional, Sheldon's absolutely right, it most likely will be in 2027.
Councillor St. Mark.
Mr. Chair, through to Sheldon and administration. I agree with Councillor McNeil's comments about the $1,000 minimum charge. I do think that more information will be forthcoming with the study, as well as I would assume a proposed draft bylaw that would contain a lot more detail on what surrounding this, and that council have the ability to look at that bylaw and make changes at that time. However, I do not agree with not including the revenue line item in the budget. I think this is definitely going to be a revenue source in 2026. What that looks like is yet to be determined. It might even be more than the 200,000 that's being put in the budget. But definitely there has to be more conversation around this, and that's all I'd like to add to the conversation. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Don't see any. Sheldon, I guess you can continue.
Yeah, would there be any questions on the fire side of things, because I have other budgets to present.
Anything else on the fire side? Councillor St. Martin.
So Mr. Reeves, through to Sheldon, I just, the term regional fire hall ops budget, I just wish there was a different term than regional. If it was a global, or I don't know, I just think there's a better term than regional.
Through the chair to Councillor St.
Correct.
That was in before I came on board. So that would be a discussion that CAO and finances could look at, maybe changing the word out.
Thank you.
Councillor McNeil.
And I guess through to administration, one of my comments as well is in the budget, with budgeting for these positions without having the recommendation come back yet from the report. The same thing, like I think we're looking at a very long process with consultation with the public. I wanna make sure that we're not moving too quickly and run the risk of losing any of our volunteer firefighters over miscommunications or misunderstandings when it comes to such a complex issue. And for that reason as well, I think that if we get the recommendation from early in the new year and the position is recommended, then we bring that discussion for the 2027 budget. But currently, right now, I don't see that as, I don't think we have enough information going forward to have that in the 2026 items.
Matthew?
I fully understand where Councilor McNeil's coming from, but without going into too much detail, there is that staffing analysis there. What I will say is not without a lack of trying, between Sheldon and Beverly, who are our two leads for our emergency management aspects of our organization. And I think they probably echo this, having additional supports to not only help lift our emergency management or throughout the organization, but also to take some of that weight off of the organization as a whole, because managing four fire departments on top of the 60 plus volunteers and 4 chiefs and all that is overly complex in itself for a single person, let alone ensuring our entire organization is safe from an emergency management point of view and regulatory. Originally, when we had earmarked that position for protective services, it was initially thought of as more of a role to take emergency management off of the sides of a bunch of people's desks and make it a champion or an advocate within the organization. But then subsequently to that, with the discussions with the consultants on the third party review, they also indicated some other areas of concern just in our discussions before the report is out. So I didn't want to earmark it strictly as an emergency management role, because depending on the report, we may be able to say, no, maybe there's a fire support there that then in turn relieves that portion from some of our staff, so who could then in theory focus on emergency management with their low lightning if that changes. I would strongly recommend that council does still keep in the position for protective services, fully recognizing that there will not be an automatic hire come January. It has to be a thoughtful, dedicated process. And regardless of the position, there is no job description for whatever it is we're hiring at this moment. But we do need time to build that, and I don't foresee someone starting anyway until April, May at the earliest, simply because we have to make sure that we set that person up for success as well. But I do think it needs to stay in 2026, but it is entirely your decision.
Councilor McNeil?
Through the chair to Sheldon, what are your biggest pain points in dealing with the 4 fire departments that maybe a regional position would solve?
Biggest issues?
Yeah, like, I guess biggest pain points, or what problem are we trying to solve? You know, can you help us have a better understanding of that?
Not all fire members are at a certain standard for training. We try and get there. We know what we're volunteer, right, and everyone has lives and they're busy. So a training aspect of things for sure. 3 years ago, I put together a training plan, and it was put to the wayside, right? Because of the level of service that's provided by each station is different. So they do their own training. I pushed training hard for NFPA standard level 1 through the grant, and it's have some traction for sure. Being visible out there. I'm honestly stuck in paperwork. I get out there and see the members and hi, this is who we are, right? There's been comments that there's no support.
Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, through the chair again to Sheldon. You know that I've been beating the SOG drum forever, and you know, I can understand the difficulty. I do understand the difficulty in that with all of the other jobs that you had to take care of. And so I think that even down the road, I would like to see a position like that in the budget that covers that kind of thing, because not only the implementation, but the monitoring and the training and all of that goes with that is very unique because of the different service levels that each department supplies. So I would suggest that that is a pain point, because once you have that organization, and it's gonna have to be somebody who's able to consistently make sure that the SOGs are applied based on a level of service with each different department. So I think that I would like to see that left as a.
I think just kind of as a general review on this, we just administratively, we don't have the capacity to complete the administrative work that they require for the department as it is. And that's what we're looking for the review to come back, but it's already been acknowledged multiple times, and the review saying the same thing. Administrative's already been telling us that they are understaffed in that department, which is the reasoning for what they're asking here. Councillor McNeil?
Okay, just kind of as a redirect through to Sheldon, can you help me understand a little bit better when it comes to the standard operating guidelines? And I guess part of what I'm trying to understand is we have fire departments all over the county, all over Alberta, that also have standard operating guidelines. You know, I'm trying to understand why it's so time consuming, and you know, I would expect we're not recreating the wheel every time. Is there not a templated process that, you know, essentially, I did this for decades in the oil field when going through, and you'd meet with the boots on the ground, whoever's performing that duty. And they're the ones essentially that would work through the process. And, you know, so help me understand, I guess, why that's where the pain points are in that process.
Sorry, if I may, through the chair, just, we may wanna just go in closed session. If these are the type of discussions that you wanna ask, we are getting where I would like to speak a little bit more freely if possible. If we either defer it, or I'd ask that we go in closed session for some of these discussions.
Councillor St. Martin?
Yeah, I can move that council go into closed session for discussion on fire services in accordance with
Personnel.
Okay. Motion to go into closed session,
10:34 a.m.
all in favor? We're going into closed session at 10:34.
If Sheldon and the directors can stay, everyone.
Okay, when you're ready, do we have anything else on the fire side, or can we move on to, I guess we service, disaster services and, yeah,
Yeah, through the chair, nothing from my side.
and from council on, or can we continue to move on?
Okay. So through the chair to council, the next one on the docket for budgets is disaster management, I believe. Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. So on the disaster management side, the biggest change here is tabletop exercises. Is massive for our county, we just did one. And having those completed yearly. We're also looking at sending our emergency management team to a week-long emergency management exercise in Fort Saskatchewan. They did it last year, one of county employee went and they came back with very positive reviews. So sending our team to that, it's breakout sessions, it's learning the roles. There's an exercise included and it is a week long, that's the downfall kicker. But it is substantially would help us as an emergency management team move forward. Any questions on disaster management?
Councilor McNeil?
Just a quick comment, with the tabletop exercises and so on, I definitely see the value in the emergency response, testing the emergency response plans and having that training.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you. No other questions, we'll move on to patrol services.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. Yes, through the chair to council, patrol services, as you know, we have a contract in place with Lexington County. Provide our patrol services, they take care of all the administration duties, all of their training. It's all encompassing into one agreement. Not much changes on this, the contract value did go up a bit for this year coming up.
Any questions on patrol services?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Legislative services next.
Good morning, Legal Council. Just at a high level, Legislative Services works closely with CAO and Council and supports the remaining of the municipality through bylaw development, policy and procedures, record retention, communications, and much more. Proposed in the 2026 budget is developing a new strategic plan. This will be done throughout the 2026 year, utilizing a second-party firm. This project does entail multiple meetings with council, staff, and ratepayers, and is budgeted at $150,000. As you know, the strategic plan is outdated and requires full and comprehensive review and implementation to keep Woodlands County up to date. Another change to note in the budget is correcting the council membership fees and conferences from $90,000 to $105,000. This is per the council remuneration policy G-1.006. As well, we added an additional $20,000 for Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the FCM conference, that is being hosted in Edmonton this year, where all of council may attend. That is from June 4th to the 7th. The other minor changes were done to council honorarium to allow for the cost of living allowance, also known as COLA. And that is my high level changes for the 2026 budget.
Hey Tracy, any questions? Seeing any here? Yes, we're good, thank you. We've been an hour and a half, do we wanna keep going through another couple or do we wanna take a break from council?
I'm good to keep going.
Good, okay. Guess we're on to community services. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, David Council. trying to load myself back up here. Can't remember what page we are on. I think it's
69 in our revised pamphlets, so.
Yeah. Sorry. I should have taken my computer upstairs. There we go. Alright, so we are on page 137 of your package. Okay. There's so many multiples here. Okay. So community services, we're lumped in, we've got a few things in here, cemeteries, arts and culture, stuff like that. So the priorities and initiatives for 2026 is the corporate sponsorships, recreation sponsorships. I believe CEO Ferris mentioned that a little bit earlier, where we're at with that. So you're gonna notice a little bit of change in that Parks and Rec one. We're also looking at working with our community halls. We have 7 that operate in Woodlands County. We're looking at them to do some life cycle plans with our community halls as we budget for the operating grant, which I'm going to mention in a little bit. So we're encouraging them so that we can, for them, when we're looking for our budget, what do those halls need long-term within the next, like, those life cycle plans? Some of them, so we don't get surprised when they say, oh, we need a water heater, or, you know, when they didn't budget for it, so then we can budget accordingly for those capital grants that we also give to them. Major ones with community services, the major changes actually are in Parks and Recreation, and we can go over that later. So I'm trying to think of other things that we can talk about, or you might have questions like with FCSS. Let's do FCSS first. I believe it's in here first as well. And it's not loading. There we go. There was not a lot of major changes to community services for the FCSS component. If you look at the revenue side, that is an agreement that we have with the province, so that actually doesn't change. We're about to enter into a 3-year agreement, so it'll be 26 to 29. We'll have that amount, so that isn't gonna change. Other major changes you might see, it was in contracted services. We've got a little bit in there for an awareness campaign, like how do we increase our services, for instance, the FCSS grants that we give to our community groups, how do we get more of them aware that they can apply for that? We have typical ones, we have relationships with some of them, we'd like to increase the sustainability of some of these programs, but we want to increase the awareness of these grant programs, how it works. There are a few changes actually for the way that the province, we have to report to them what's eligible, how that works, so we want to make sure everybody knows that there's changes and then that they can work with that, so that awareness campaign is kind of coming in the contracted services, so you might notice a change there. For family and community services, I'm just having another boo here. I think that's actually it for major changes, unless you have questions for FCSS before we move to the next one.
Mr. Coogan?
Yeah, through the chair, Heather. Now that there's an increased level of service that is in Fort Assiniboine, is that reflected in this budget, in the contract that we're going to get with the province?
With the province?
Or like the dollars that we get?
No, that's what they have proposed for our revenue, for us to get that 80-20 split. The increased services in Fort Assiniboine is the money that we pay the FCSS Society in Barhead. That our agreement is coming to a close with them. They haven't given us a number, but we are anticipating an increase, but I couldn't even anticipate what they're gonna ask at this point. Savannah's looking at, they went from 1 day a week to 2 days a week. So we're looking at, is that intake working? They're actually assessing that before they come to us and say, we're gonna need more funds. So currently what's in the budget is what we currently pay them with that agreement. And then we're hoping when we see more numbers, they might say, like the rent is not gonna change because they've moved into the post office building in Fort Assiniboine. Are you guys familiar with that? So they're in that little building, so they're in there permanently. They don't pay per day, so the rent isn't gonna increase, but their resources and their staff time might.
And they don't know what that looks like at this point, so I'm in touch with Savannah, we'll know more as we move through into the year.
Anything else in FCSS? Guess we're good to keep going, Heather.
Okay. So let's move on to the cemeteries budget. Currently, we only look after and maintain the Klondike Cemetery. And so the major costs in here you're going to see is it's under general supplies, or materials and supplies, the way that it's kind of tightened up there. That's the contract mower we have that goes out and mows at the cemetery and does like the trimming and other kind of upkeep there, so we pay a contractor to do that. And then the other money we have there, it says grants and transfers, that's to our other community groups that operate cemeteries. So Hillcrest Cemetery, Topland Cemetery, and Selmo Cemetery, and Blue Ridge. We were giving them $1,500 per year, but this is $8,000, so that's $2,000 per cemetery. Now that, we give them that grant, they don't apply for it every year, but we give that so that they can pay their volunteers like gas for their mower and those kind of expenses. But what we're hearing from them, just so that you're aware, people aren't having funerals, they're not burying people anymore. And so that's their revenue stream for these cemeteries, is that money and donations, and that's fading. And so they're finding it very difficult to not just operate, like they are completely volunteer run, but a lot of them are having difficulty even getting volunteers. Topland was really struggling, we almost actually took over that cemetery because, so you know, if a cemetery is released from a community group, there's only 2 organizations that can take them over, and that's us and churches. So if those cemeteries shut down, they're coming to us. So we like to support them as much as we can in that, but that's what we're hearing. So in the future years, we might have to look at other alternatives.
Councillor St. Martin, then Councillor McNeil.
Mr. Chair, through to Heather, the comments that I've received is how can we remove red tape, i.e. making the application. These are volunteers, they're limited in their time and resources. Like, can we eliminate the application process and just grant them the funds?
To the cemeteries,
Yes.
they don't apply.
Okay.
We just give them money. I get an honestly, we get an email that says, hey, I'm ready. and we give it to them. They don't actually have to apply at all. We give it, some of them like it in the beginning of the year and some of them actually don't even ask for it until later on. Usually I prompt them or I just get a email because they're getting ready, they're prepping, their volunteers are out and they want some gas money or for their mowers. So, yeah, there isn't any grant application for the cemeteries.
Thank you.
Councillor McNeil.
Through the chair to Heather, I was just kind of thinking, and I guess, I don't know in the future if there is such a grant available, but is there ash repositories at these graveyards? And essentially, I guess, just to be on the radar of if they were able to adapt and have ash repositories as opposed to just bury, because most of them are set up for caskets, I would imagine, especially in our old areas, and it might get more people to have like a rose garden or something like that where they can spread ashes.
Through the chair to Councillor McNeil, there is, Anselmo has a columbarium
Okay.
and they heavily fundraised for that and have that going. So they are successful with that.
Awesome.
We don't have one at Klondike Cemetery. It's something that it's floating over here, like that's something that we could do, but we could definitely work with them. Unfortunately, they are extremely expensive. So that is something that we could definitely look at as a resource. How does that happen? There aren't a lot of grants, unfortunately, for columbariums or those type of things. So that is something that has to be fundraised for, or we can work with the communities, but yeah.
Councillor St. Martin.
Mr. Chair, through to Heather, just clarification, do we allow for cremains to be put on full plots?
Yes, sorry, through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, yes, in Klondike Cemetery, we have, in our bylaw, you can have a casket, 2 caskets like this, or you can have 4 niches. So you can place ashes in most, I cannot speak actually for Blue Ridge. I'd have to check with that, but I know the other ones do have that same, but I'm not 100% confirmed that Blue Ridge has the ability for niches in those as well.
Anything else in cemeteries? I think you're good to continue, Heather.
Mine is on my next slide, but do you want me to go into like the community groups and such, stay with, sitting here? No?
Library.
What was that?
Libraries and cultures
Yeah,
next week.
yeah, I'm just, when I go by this, planning's next, so I'm just wondering if I can stay.
Yep.
I gave you this one.
This is my new one?
Reorganizing.
Okay.
Jenna?
Should I excuse myself with the library?
Should be, yep, just to declare a pecuniary interest as to why, and then I would.
Yeah, I have a pecuniary interest in the library manager in Blue Ridge, so I would just like to excuse myself for this part of it.
Thank you.
Can I just step up?
Call you when we get through this.
Thank you.
Just to administration, just I know Counselor Dean's screen, I can't tell if he's got a thumbs up or anything, if you guys can just let me know, just kind of how it's sitting on the screen there, so. Sure. Just don't wanna miss him if he's got any questions. Counselor Dean?
Excuse me, yeah, I've been following along and any questions I may have had have been asked by other councillor members, so I'm all good.
Okay, thank you, Counselor.
You bet.
Okay, so library. Not a lot of changes here. The main one you'll see is the contracted services. That is the money that we pay to the Yellowhead Regional Library, and then we also pay the town of Whitecourt Library in there. That's the 76. That's an agreement that we have, and then the rest is the Woodlands County Library Board that we fund. So that's that. There's no change. Oh, there's a little bit of a change there. I'm sorry. It's just a small increase. And I believe that's mainly for cost of living and some other items. So that also includes the extra money we give for their programming, the $40,000 that we give the library board for specifically targeted for programming in the community. New council, so what was happening before is, especially during our financial recovery, we recognized there was a need for programming, and then we did our social needs assessment on the community, and what we found from that is that the libraries in Fort Assiniboine and Blue Ridge are basically community centers. People were going there, the kids were going there, seniors are going there, so there was definitely a need for some type of programming. They were providing it, but very limited budget. It was on pennies. So it was easier for us to actually support them that way than provide an actual person, because we were still in that financial recovery, so we provided that $40,000 to just earmark that for programming, and then they've been using it. I believe they hired somebody in Blue Ridge and some other places, and the library board, I think, was very happy with that funding, so.
Do you have a couple individuals, one in Blue Ridge and one in Fort Assiniboine? It was one person originally doing programming for both libraries, but the request for extra programming originally in the Fort Assiniboine became more than just one person to be able to do one there plus Blue Ridge. So they do have a couple of people, and it's not a full-time position, it's just, this is kind of what you get per program, and it's been incredibly well received from the communities, and they are usually oversubscribed for what they do, so.
It's been very successful. So that's the, the other thing is when you look at grants and transfers, there's $15,000 in there. That's our arts and culture grant. So we accept from nonprofits that are providing arts and culture per policy. We increased it. It was 10,000, I believe, and we just increased it an extra 5. We are always oversubscribed in that. So we just increased a little bit just to see if we can meet that need, and then we're gonna do a full assessment. It's part of our quarterly, our business plans that we are gonna be assessing the usage of this. And again, those awareness campaigns are gonna help more people be aware of it. So we're seeing that, but that was just a small increase for arts and culture grants. Otherwise, that's library and arts and culture.
Anything else on Councillor McNeil?
Just a quick comment, I always hear great things about the programmings at all the libraries, and I know I was really surprised to hear how many people in my area also use the White Court Library. You know, so it's something that our communities definitely use a lot of.
There are the community centers.
Anything else on libraries? Okay, I guess we can get Jenna back in and we can move on. We're on to Parks and Recreation now.
Alright, this is the juicy one. This is the fun one. There's too many pieces of paper. Alright. This is the one you're gonna notice the majority of the changes for us. New council, so recreation was in abatement for the past few years. We haven't done anything other than mow. And so council last year saw a need to have an actual dedicated staff person to assess where we're at, to where can we build, where's potential enhancements, and also let's rebuild the relationships we have with our external partners, for instance, the province of Alberta. I can use Hardlight Canyon as an example. That is a disposition that we have, and so we had a relationship, but we weren't really doing anything. It was kind of like hashtag it's complicated. So what we've done is that person has actually rebuilt that relationship. We're now gonna be seeing if they're doing something, if something's coming down the pipe or there's new information, we've got that instant connection, which has been great. So rebuilding that relationship. So our Parks and Rec coordinator has been working really hard on seeing where we are, like the current state of recreation, what our rec sites really need. We don't have a standard for how we're gonna maintain them. We just never have. So we're working on that. But what we're also finding is because all we did was mow for a while, a lot of our sites are needing a little bit of, they're needing something there. And it's actually kind of important. A lot of our outhouses are in need of repair. We're noticing that there's like fences and things that just typically went, oh yeah, we'll get to that. Well, now it's actually a need. So I can tell you that's the main changes. I can go over those in a little bit. We're looking at the revenue that you see there is $30,000. That is a grant that we're pretty confident, I don't wanna say 99.9, but as we see the completion of those upgrades at Center of Alberta, I think you're all aware that the province has actually redone a lot of the things there, that they built a trail. A few people have been out there to see it actually. I haven't seen it physically, but the crew has sent me pictures, it looks great. And then they put a washroom at the end of the trail, which didn't exist before. So we can apply to be trail masters of that site. And so they say there is a grant that you can apply for that will offset most of the costs. So we're anticipating that grant would be $30,000. And we don't even know what it would cost us to maintain that site at this point. We're kind of going by our existing sites. So we know the time we spend, for instance, at Blue Ridge Rec area. So we know what the crew time, the staff time, the equipment, and we're kind of using that as our guide to say, okay, Center of Alberta is a little bit further away. We're gonna have to have some travel time, some dedicated things to go there, washrooms, garbages, trail clearing. That's what's part of the Trail Master, so that's what that revenue is. We're pretty confident we're gonna get that. We do have to apply to be Trail Masters for the site through the province, but again, that relationship that we're rebuilding is actually working, so. That's what that 30,000 is. Major changes, like I mentioned, were in the, I think it's in the materials, sorry, there it is, the general supplies. When you see that we went from 19,000 in 2025 to 108, that would be a flag for you. I can definitely tell you that yes, but what that is a combination of every site we have. So I do have a list of things that we're actually looking at. If anybody has any questions, I don't wanna waste your time and tell you like new gates, locks, trees, shrubs, stuff like that, but if you like, I can give you an example of why that is, but that is all of our rec sites, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, and then a few miscellaneous things in there, so that's 11 sites and what we need to do, that is all compressed into that. So I can answer that if you like, kind of leaving it open to you how you want that, how many details do you actually want at this point?
Councillor Cogan.
Yeah, it's not details, and yes, I've been out to that site. I hope they replaced that bathroom in the picture I showed you. But my question just would be is, are we looking at upgrading the recreational master plan? And is that included in this?
Through the Reeve, or through the chair to Councillor Kuchen, yes, we are. That is a part of our engagement campaign. You can actually see that it's compressed again, but we have an awareness campaign that we're looking at to do that, but that's something that our Parks and Rec coordinator is doing that current state of recreation. She's gathered the recreation master plan that was done in 2017. And then we did it again, same questions in 2023. We just did a quick survey. So we're compiling that, and then we really wanna come back in 27 with a new master plan of what recreation looks like. Where do we go? So for instance, the Blue Ridge Recreation Area, there's a gravel, part of the gravel pit that's actually, it's depleted now, and so we're in the process, we're still talking, but we're in the process of perhaps taking and expanding that disposition. So what does that look like? What will we put there? What does the community want? So in this budget is an awareness campaign and community engagement piece to find out what we really now we wanna expand on. We know from that survey in 2023 that trails, that was kind of something that came up a lot in that survey, was they want trails, so perhaps we look at where do we expand trails in Schumann Lake. So that's a part of this budget, is to have that engagement and then put that together for you.
Any other questions? Councillor Neal?
I'm just curious, so to clarify, the Parks and Rec coordinator was in 2025, is that
Yes.
correct? So, but it shows $150,000 increase in wages and salaries. So is that adding another new position?
It's also adding part of my wage, so before there was just me.
Okay,
So Parks and Rec had mowing. So we had our recreation supervisor and our seasonal staff in there, and now they've added the Parks and Rec coordinator and then a portion of my wage, a percentage of my wage. That's why it was increased.
okay.
If that makes sense, I can't give you each percentage, like what that was. I just know that that's the increase in wages.
So it's essentially just a restructuring on the books.
Through from the administration, I think just to clarify, what we've done there is we're trying to give distribution of wages to ensure that we allocate the cost properly in each area. So you pick an individual, but she has maybe 5% here, 25% here, to ensure that, the time taken in those particular areas are properly accounted for.
Okay,
Anything else
thank
on Parks and Rec? No? Let's run to economic development.
Come on, buddy. I'm gonna move my stuff.
Joan and I are gonna tag team this.
Hi, good morning, Joan.
Good morning, council. So the Economic Development Department consists of Bert Roach, who's currently on a leave, and T. Hill is the excuse me, administrative assistant. Of course, the Economic Development Department's quite important to supporting our existing businesses and pursuing new opportunities that can come and promote retention, diversification, and sustainable growth for the municipality. The county's strategic priorities previously, the 2022 to 2025 strategic plan did identify quite heavily on the economic development side. Continuing to engage with key industry sectors, understand potential development needs in the area, work alongside our post-secondary institutions, ensuring that there's workforce and comprehensive strategy. There will be a bit of a change to the economic development positioning in the organization in January of 2026. Bert will report to the manager of community services. His responsibilities and duties don't change per se, nor the importance to the organization. Just a matter of reporting. as well as the administrative assistant position will be a half-time position for work and will be then utilized portionally to community services or more so to the recreation side of it. We just feel that there's some things which cross over, particularly with the tourism side of things. We've got the marketing side and we've got the recreation side. We think that's where there can be some balance and use between utilizing her services for that. Media liaises on behalf of the county to a lot of organizations, boards, committees, such as the Growth Rita, Young Community Futures, our local chambers of commerce, Golden Triangle. I know he's in contact continually with our educational institutions. And also we receive a lot of sponsorship requests from various organizations throughout the county, and he deals with a lot of those as well. Some of the priorities for 2026, of course, the Economic Development Committee and their participation and involvement in bringing forward engagement and meaningful conversation around what the county may like to see. Again, involvement in the parades, our career expos, the trade shows, there's all kinds of things that the board gets involved with when it comes to things that are going on. We have put some additional funds allocated to support increasing need for some marketing on the tourism side, because now that we've come forward with some of the recreation stuff. The overall advertising budget has been increased to support, of course, some national advertising and investment attraction opportunities, as well as some collaborative advertising with our regional partners on the Wild Alberta Tourism website. I'll go a little bit into what the two main grants that the county did receive, and he's been working on those. And that's the NRED and the SCOP. What did I do with that sheet? Sorry. Too many papers.
Right.
I have a question.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you. So through the chair to Joan, when council approved the application, if you will, to for the NRED grant, there was a bit of a caveat in that the grant total, I believe, was on the order of $100,000 a year for 3 years. So matching grant, so over 3-year period, 300,000 would come from the province or through the grant, through the NRED grant, and 300,000 would come through county funding. The caveat was that council would have a chance, and the committee would have a chance to review the activities associated with the NRED grant and potentially scale back on the county involvement of $100,000 per year. The committee hasn't had a chance to review the progress on the NRED grant. So we have no idea what is upcoming for 2026. Do you have any input on that or any insight on what next year's commitment from the county will be with respect to the NRED grant?
So through the chair to Councillor Dean, maybe what I'll do is I'll go through my little bit of description here on the NRED, or the Northern Regional Economic Development grant that was the county obtained. So the county received $255,398, and of course then the county has to have 50%. And it'll be over a 3-year program. The first matter of order that the NRED monies went to, was to develop a comprehensive plan that identifies heavy industrial site identification, analysis, and marketing study. So the municipality has already awarded that. The study will include identifying potential heavy industrial sites within the county, the development of marketing materials for these sites, and the producing final heavy industrial profile report for Woodlands County. Other objectives with respect to that NRED money was to increase investment readiness by addressing infrastructure needs, workforce potential, and other key factors to attract large-scale private investment, and then strengthen partnerships and industry leaders, site selectors, and economic development stakeholders to enhance, again, regional attractiveness. I know those conversations have been had with the EDC, however, I'm not certain as to the actual plan itself. Unfortunately, with Bert being off, I didn't get much opportunity to have a conversation with him as to how it is gonna roll out further on. I would think though that given with the existing plan that or program that we're doing currently with this marketing study, this heavy industrial marketing study, that those funds will be a requirement if we want to carry on and promote further. I know that he wants to do some national advertising once we get this study in place and other aspects of it, but no, I can't say that I've had a specific conversation with him as to what that will look like over the 3-year period.
Okay, thank you, yes. So just to follow up for council, again, referencing that caveat, I think as a council, we need to closely scrutinize the use of those funds. So when when the plan comes forward for this upcoming year's use of funds, council should be aware that a proposal will be coming forward from the ECDEV department, and we'll have an opportunity to look at it.
Councillor McNeil?
Thank you, and through the chair, I want to kind of echo, I guess, what Councillor Dean had brought up, because there's a few concerns that were brought forward from council, and they kind of tasked ECDEV to, go through with that spending. One of which in particular that was brought up here was about the advertising. And that was something at the committee level that we talked about quite a bit, and the committee was pretty adamant that we wanted to be very cautious about how the advertising dollars were spent, and that it wasn't, things like just $20,000 ads in the EDA magazine, and recognizing that some of these types of advertising has radically changed in the last couple of years. So, and we also wanted to make sure that we weren't advertising until we knew what we were advertising, which was part of receiving that study back, being able to go through it and decide what messaging council wanted to go forward with. So I think that was some of the kind of oversight that Councillor Dean had mentioned that filtered through to the committee. So that was my comment about NRED. I do have a couple of other comments, and one in particular is to kind of give a little bit of background to council on the ECDEV administrative position. So back in 2023, we were really noticing that we didn't have capacity. So in our ECDEV department, our EDO has logged a lot of overtime the last number of years. It was something at the committee level that consistently, when we were looking and asking for time for business visits and interacting with our business community and so on, there wasn't capacity to do that. So we had advocated as a group to council for council to bring in at the time a part-time position, so which came into play in 2024. And that was a half-time position between emergency services and ECDEV. So then we were recognizing we still needed more capacity. We advocated again to council, and council approved a full-time position for ECDEV. And now what I'm seeing in this is that now this position is going back to a 50% position. And without having input from the committee or from council, and that greatly concerns me. I think we need to be expanding our capacity in economic development and certainly not decreasing it.
Councillor Coogan.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, Councilor McNeil, because this is, ever since I've been on council, I've been immersed in economic development. It's a bit self-serving because I don't like to see my taxes increased. And I understand the fundamentals of a lot of the reasoning behind trying to get investment and traction and all of these things. So one of the things that I have to say is historically, if you go back in what we decided in our strategic plan 4 years ago, was that in economic development was number 2 priority. It was a priority that we understood in our recovery that we really had to do some work in getting not tourism, not the small stuff, but some bigger investment in our region. So I'm going to echo Councillor McNeil's concern here, because when I see this, and even looking at the strategy, what we've done is we've stepped backwards from the requests and the steps that we've taken in trying to get the Economic Development Department to have a certain level of autonomy where we could see an actual plan coming from through ECDEV from our EDO. And I'll have to tell you this, is that the work that I have done on the regional level is we've done a lot of this county's work in the engagement in trying to develop a regional strategy, and it's been at a huge cost because we know that we cannot do some of this development in a silo. So I really believe that if this is the direction that we're going, is if you look historically at some of the successful economic development, I will use Wheatland as one of them. The county of Strathcona, I had some conversations that are RMA to understand strategy a little bit. They had very, very focused, dedicated departments that worked there. And is that a cost to this municipality? Absolutely, it will be. But it's a bigger cost not to have that major development happen. So I don't see, personally, when I look at this, I don't see this as being a good move, putting that on the back burner. And I do not see any strategy in here that specifically is going to focus on that bigger picture.
Matthew.
If I may, through the chair, a couple aspects of it. One, just in this year, council did provide some policy directive changes to make ultimately staffing the decision of the CAO. If that's something we need to reevaluate, happy to do it. We have noticed some issues without going, actually no, just to ensure a frank, candid conversation so council is fully up to snuff on the quote unquote strategy in relation to it. If it pleases council, I'd like to give you more detail just in closed session, because some of it, to have the frank discussions, will involve personnel. So if you'd like, you can do it. We can do it at another day as well if you like, but there are some discussions there that I think we need to have a more open realm, and we need to protect the regulatory requirements of advice of officials and also about personnel.
Councillor McNeil.
I can move that we move into closed session to discuss personnel matters at 11:40.
Motion on the floor. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, we're back after our closed session discussion. So I guess on economic development is where we left off. Do we have any further discussion? We were just talking about the,
Just one more little thing I wanted to bring up with respect to economic development. And that's the Small Community Opportunity Program grant that was also received. It was received in 2024. Two projects came out of that, the agri-foods local market and logistics study, as well as the rural Alberta economic development best practices benchmark study. Both of those will be presented in December to the Economic Development Committee, and then probably brought forward to council in the first quarter of 2026. So then that program will be finalized.
okay, anything further for economic development before we move on? Not see any. I guess we have planning and development next.
One more for community services it was the recreation boards.
Okay,
Okay. So our recreation boards, this is for 7 community groups that operate community halls. So the major change for you new counselors, we have a grant program for our community groups. We have an operating grant that covers 75% of their utilities and a certain amount up to different amenities that they have. Like every group has different amenities. Some have parks or playgrounds, some have like our ag societies, they're larger, they have different like outdoor riding arenas. So through this grant program, and that's why there's no changes. This is very static. We went to a program where we budget for the maximum amount that our groups can apply for. And sometimes they're underneath that, and sometimes one of them might be a little bit over, but we need to at least have the money in there that we said we would cover. So those maximum amounts. So you can usually see we're up a little bit, but we're factoring in the major change with this board was now we're actually putting in my wage. I work heavily with these groups to make sure they have what they need, they're operating, like there's a lot of capacity building that we do with the groups. It's not just we give them some money and say thanks for coming out. We work with them on their marketing, on their events, and so it is, so that's why we're, as John mentioned, that we're targeting where our time is spent so that we can track that. So that's the major change in this budget, was adding in my wage. I believe it's, I don't know what the percentage is actually, but that's not important. But otherwise, community boards, we also, part of that grant is their capital grants for their buildings. So if they wanna say, do like a major renovation, I'm gonna use Blue Ridge Community League just because I can use them for Councilor Wright. They did major bathroom renovations several years ago and we were a part of that grant. They also got a SIP grant, and then we gave them some money, so they redid those bathrooms, and if you've been in the Blue Ridge Community Hall, you know how beautiful those bathrooms are. So that's the kind of grant program, but they apply for that, and that's what was in your budget when we were discussing things earlier, is what percentage that we would cover. We have 2 groups that have a capital grant, so that's also in here as well, but the operating grant's pretty static. Like I mentioned, we go to the maximum amount. And so that's this program, so no major changes on the recreation boards.
any questions on our rec boards? Looks like you're off the hook, Heather. Moving into planning and development. Rosa.
Okay. Good afternoon, council. I believe my slide starts on page 143 of the package. I got that wrong, but that's what I have here on my printout. So I just wanted to give a quick highlight of the planning and development department. I won't go into too much detail because we did already go into this in the organizational meeting, but currently there's 3 staff members under planning and development, myself, the manager, we have 1 development officer, Peter McKay, and administrative assistant, Brenda Kircher. We oversee 3 committees, the MPC, the Pride Valley Area Oversight Committee, and the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. I also wanted to give a update on some of the numbers that we've received for development permits this year, because it has tied into revenues that we've received. We're at 85 applications. We're actually up a couple more since putting this number in. So it's up 24 compared to our at this time of the year compared to our 2024 numbers. So we have got some extra revenues through that. We had one big project completion this year, the land use bylaw, and I'll get into the projects here a bit later when I go through the itemized budget. But we are seeking to do the IDP intermunicipal development plan update in 2026. That'll be grant dependent, so it depends on our success with the Alberta Community Partnership Grant. So we'll see if we get that or not. And another thing, a point of discussion that I'd like to bring up is that our past council, I would say over the past year, has expressed interest in providing a more concrete development framework at CYZU Airport. So we've also put $100,000 in funds into this budget for a CYZU area structure plan. That'll be up to council to decide if that's something that you would want to move forward with this year. And we'll get into that a little bit later, but yeah, so for the 2026 year, we have three major projects here that we're looking at doing. One is an area structure plan for the hamlet of Blue Ridge. We've already began work on this, some background work. We started prepping in terms of reference, recognizing that if this does go through, we'll be a little bit more prepared for council when we start having that discussion. We're seeking additional funding to continue this in the new year. And we're also looking at doing an area structure plan for Goose Lake. That one will be a little bit easier to do because there's not the same level of servicing out in Goose Lake, but there still is quite a big time commitment and services that will need to go to that. And then the fourth one, as mentioned, is the CYZU area structure plan. So now moving on, I'll go into the budget. So our revenues, I'm on the municipal planning ops budget. The revenues for 2026, the number that we put in there is a 5-year average of our actual revenues. We've taken what we've actually received, and that's what we're estimating we're going to get in the 2026 year. Looking at our development permit trends, we'll probably get more. We're being on the conservative side, but it's always better if we get more money than what we put. So that's that. The other thing that's a major change is our legal services that were in the department. They're no longer shown under the department. This is one of those items that have been centralized. So now it'll just be under general administration. And that was approximately $100,000 of budget that was in last year's budget, or 2025, sorry, this year. That will not be in 2026. So when you see a decrease in our budget, that's one of the biggest decreases. The other thing, I'm just going through these line by line. There's not really many major changes here on our general operations. Some things have went down, and that where we see increases, like if I go down to expenses under Development Appeal Board, again, we see a decrease from 2025. That's because that legal that was in there has been centralized. So again, we're seeing a decrease there. Everything else, we've adjusted the planning and development budget. Where you see decreases, they're adjusted for actual usage. Last year, we're a little bit more on I was trying to get an idea of what we could and couldn't achieve in a year. So now we've drawn back a little bit to base our numbers off of what we can actually use in a year. So I'll move on to the next page, municipal planning ops budget, page 2, and under there you'll see a line item there, an expense of $18,817. That's actually, although it's quoted under children and youth programming, that name will be changed under rendition of budget number 2. It's actually, that's ICF cost sharing for directors' wages. That's why you're seeing that amount there. That wasn't previously in the budget. And then finally, Moving on to subdivision land and development ops budget, there's a sale, there's revenues there. 10,000 is what we're averaging for revenue on applications for subdivisions. And where it says other revenue sources, that's municipal reserves. That will be changed under the second rendition of the budget to be labeled as reserves. With that kind of highlights my budget. If there's any questions, please feel free to ask.
Councilor McNeil?
Through the chair to administration, just curious on the municipal planning ops budget, the difference in $190,000 decrease in salary from 2025. It's under the revenue, sorry.
What I can say is that I know that there was a larger portion of directors' wages in there that have been transferred through multiple departments. John will be more familiar with the details on the salary and wages, but that's why you're seeing the decrease. There's not actually any decreases in benefits or wages occurring. It's just a redistribution over multiple departments.
Anything else? Good to keep going, Josh.
Okay. That pretty much highlights the major changes. I didn't go into every item because there wasn't really any major changes outside of that, but one thing that I did want to just discuss is the airport area structure plan. There is that $100,000 that is under the contracted services. It's in there for now. If council, it won't be started. We'll have to do a little bit more work with council. We'll have an item coming in January that will give a little bit more information at the airport, conceptual plan and some land use bylaw amendments for council's consideration that will also be brought to the AAC. The money is in there right now if council chooses to do it. If they don't choose to do it, the money will just get put back into reserves.
Councilor McNeil?
Through the chair, just curious in regards to the area structure plan, in your opinion, what are the ramifications of that being postponed until 2027's budget?
I don't wanna speak for Steve, cause I know Steve will talk about this in his budget, but I know they're looking at as well at an airport master plan. So right now, we're proposing an airport master plan and an area structure plan at the same time. There's not gonna be a huge, in my opinion, there's not gonna be a huge effect on us administratively if we don't have an ASP done this year. It was more so something that we put in there because council wanted to provide a more standardized direction for developers at the airport. We did it in anticipation for that. My personal opinion is that if we did an airport master plan, it would lay some of the groundwork before doing an ASP. They could be done together. If we do them together, there might be some cost sharing there or cost savings there if we got the same company to do it. So there is a few considerations, but it wouldn't impact us greatly if it wasn't done this year. And that being said, I do wanna say that although it's in this year's budget, realistically, it's something that we have on a timeline that we're probably gonna start later in the year, because I'd like to if we wanna move forward with the project, I'd like to do some preliminary with the council to make sure we really understand your direction before we do anything on that project. So that being said, although it's in this year's budget, realistically, probably won't be done, 2026 budget, it probably won't be done till 2027.
Just a question on, I know we have the IDP coming up as well. The area structure plan or master plan with the airport, is any of that kind of lay into the IDP or any of that? I know you have a lot of intertwined stuff between that and even the bylaws, whatever we have when it comes to the development side. So I'm just wondering if those overlap or if they're kind of.
Yeah, they could, like the IDP could speak to, like if we did the ASP first, we're gonna have probably an IDP that's, if we do the IDP before the ASP, well, we can speak to it and maybe provide a little bit more direction to what we want to achieve out there. The overlap is, I mean, the hierarchy of plans, the IDP is above an area structure plan, supposed to provide direction to that plan, so it would actually be beneficial to do an IDP before we do the area structure plan, in my opinion. So that might work into the timing of when council might wanna do it. If we do the IDP this year and then we wait to do an area structure plan for the airport at a later date when we can kind of use some of those policy directives in that area structure plan.
Mr. Ferris?
Couple points of clarity on what Josh has already spoken to. I think there's a lot of moving pieces with that right now. The issue that we struggle with administratively at the airport is we have a current airport master plan that doesn't reflect how the committee or how council has historically wanted the airport to be resolved. The area structure plan, while we absolutely could put it off, gives developers the surety of what can and cannot be built. An airport master plan does not provide planning regulations for it. Doing an area structure plan in conjunction with an IDP and in conjunction with active ICF negotiations where we have the 9th busiest airport in the province, the 5th busiest in the Edmonton area. Having a structured area structure plan that outlines the phasing and what we're actually building there only reinforces our discussions at ICF. It only reinforces to industry that we're proactive. We can absolutely defer it, Josh is absolutely right, but my concern is we're losing the cost savings of doing those three projects at the same time. We would be losing the potential of having multiple consultants and industry players providing insight. And more importantly, the way I would look at it is all planning documents need to dovetail within each other. The likelihood of them being dovetailed together when they're done at the same time is much more likely. Because if it doesn't occur that way, what you experience is it becomes yet another task on our administration's list to get done, to update to the new standards. And that takes time and new things can crop up. So there's definitely a value of doing it at the same time. But it is one of those projects where it is for sure a nice to have, but there's definitely a strong benefit that can't be undersold of doing them all together.
Anything else from council on this? Are you good to continue there, Joshua, or?
And that ends my remarks. I went over everything that I wanted to cover, so if you have any more questions for me, I'd be pleased down there.
Mr. Raposa? Guess you're off the hot seat, sir.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
The safety services next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, your worship and council. Okay, so the safety department, is responsible for coordinating, developing, maintaining, training, inspections, investigations, and safety communications. But most importantly, though, the health and safety department works with all divisions, all work groups, and all departments. So our goal is to always support a positive organizational culture and comply with safety legislation. So on the next slide, I'll just kind of quickly go through some of the priorities for 2026. So we're going to be focusing on hazard assessment training, and that's identification, assessment, and controls for both formal and site-specific. We want to provide a relevant training matrix for all departments to reference. We want to roll out an ergonomic program for both the field and administrative departments. And as always, we want to implement various health and wellness initiatives that focus on physical and mental activities. And also we want to update the health and safety manual to include relevant safety information so that it's usable for the folks in the field and in office. So on the next slide, there's not a lot to go through. I think John has spoken about centralization of some of the expenses, so that explains why there's a fairly big jump in some of the areas on the safety budget. But I will talk about the materials and supplies, so there we have $105,000, and that's a pretty big jump from the year before. And really what that consists of, the bulk of it, is that centralization piece where we moved all of the purchasing of any PPE. So your coveralls, your glasses, your gloves, that was all done by each department. We've now moved that into the safety department. So, and that's a big thing. It's critical for us to be able to control the PPE that people are wearing to make sure they have the right stuff and to set a standard. So we've kind of pulled that or reallocated that amount. The other thing that's in that amount is our general supplies, and that's things like our safety rewards, having a guest speaker come in and do safety talks, like type of thing, AED supplies, first aid supplies, or any like CSA manuals that we want to purchase for reference. The next one we have is contracted services. You'll see a bit of a jump there. Again, what we've done is centralize the safety training. So not like the professional development that you do for position-specific training, but the training like the first aid, ground disturbance, flagging, chainsaw, you know, all that fun stuff, right? So moving that under there, increased it a little bit for me and increased it for others. So those are the two major changes, if there's any questions.
Any questions for Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, just a question on the materials and supplies. You said that all your PPE, does that include the fire department turnout gear and stuff, or is that separate?
No, that's in their budget right now.
Councillor McNeil?
Under the materials and supplies, effectively, the numbers are similar then, it's just that they're centralized in this, so it's not a marked increase from last year?
No, it's not a huge increase from last year at all.
Okay.
Anything else on this topic? Thank you very much. Administration.
I'll leave this to John because we've worked historically, the CAO had his or her own budget to operate, but what we have done is made some changes where the majority, if not all of those costs are now incorporated within corporate services as a single unit. Because ultimately we work as a team and I don't need a single department budget just to run the organization. What we need to run as an organization is sprinkled throughout every budget with various projects and various lines, but the vast majority share of all aspects related to the CAO, management, staff recognition, and just organizational costs we've now incorporated into corporate services. Part of that too is with the moving of legislative services under the corporate services umbrella. It just didn't make sense to be a standalone department anymore. And as such, John's gonna take the wheel on corporate services.
Thank you very much, the chair. So with corporate services, because most of the staff had already talked about, but I think this is 12 member staff. We have the finance side, and then we have the asset management side as well. And the asset management side now have 3 members. That's the manager, the asset coordinator, and GIS. So those are new positions that are now going to be incorporated into this budget as well. And then we do have, of course, the accounting specialists, and of course, as well as part of what the C has talked about, because the ledge also reports into this into corporate services. Although most of the staff that remains on ledge is to do with council. So that's why even their professional development, the CEO's professional development, and everybody now flows through administration. And of course, one major priority that I will talk about is what is still in progress, and that is the implementation of the finance and the asset management software. That is the big one, and we hope we should be able to, everything should be over sometimes early next year. Having said that, now we can maybe jump a little bit into the numbers and see what we have there. So you can see the first item out there, never been budgeted before, and now you're seeing a budgeted number there of an increase there of 23. That is just the allocation on ICF side, because we do some work there quite a bit, and part of the salary has to be allocated there. That's part of the distribution that all departments have been talking about. So hearing distribution of salaries from other directors into ICF, and again, this is now my area. Now moving along, we have a total revenue of 438, and you can see there is a big dive down there of almost over 800,000. And basically, the driver there is the transfers. If you look at the transfers, it was a little bigger last year. Now I'm only transferring about 372, and that's what I talked about earlier. That is what I used to stabilize the budget, part of the budget stabilization, which again I will touch when we get to the one-page report. So that is the major driver in that area. Coming down into overall expenses, you could see we have about from 3 to almost 10 million. Now the major driver there is again, if you look at the line grants and transfers, that is the major driver. And what that means is about 6 million of that is the contributions to capital. That is what comes out of the tax base to support capital. And again, we'll be hearing me talking about that 6.6 million again when we'll be talking about funding the capital. Because capital is funded in different areas. There should be money from taxation, money from grants, money from other places. So 6.6 of it, of course, was coming from the taxation. And I think that is the major driver in that area. Coming down on the building maintenance, you could see again there is a drop there, and part of that drop is driven by, I could see is part of it is amortization. That is the major driver in that area, because the assets that have fully been amortized, we can no longer amortize them. So we'll just use the residual value as they go along, but I think there was a drop there. Moving along down to assessment services, again, it's very minor change there, about 6 or so thousand, and I think that is because we had decided to increase a little bit, not too much on there. That is the appeal board fees, because you never know. This year we had 2 of them. Coming down, public and staffing relations, of course, we've increased it quite a bit there, because part of it is, I think the CEO had mentioned a little bit throughout the year of part of the recognitions and recognizing staff, and part of the what we had earlier as part of the end year party. Anything to do with staff relations is brought into this particular category. Now, the other one that probably I need to talk about is professional development. And when you look at that professional development, I know you could see a big jump there. And that jump is because we have brought in, this is now where we have all the conferences for the CEO, for the executive assistant, for the ledge, for my team, the asset management team, and my team and everybody's team. So we look at what conference they'll benefit from. We look at the membership of some of these people who have designations, like the CEO, like myself on the CPA side, like Lan sitting next to me here on, is also a CPA that is on the payroll side, and many others. And then on top of that, we've also looked at very closely the staffing, the training needs that those staff members would gain from. So we also have different training for them as well. And when you add all this together from that team, that's where we are getting that 149,000, which is an increase from the previous year. Then coming down, we have that grant of 145. There's no change, but it's worth mentioning. That's where we put in the LGFF operating grant, because it's used within administration for reporting purposes. Then coming down on the expense side, you could see there's also another increase there, and the contracted services comes to around 393,000, and I think that is one of the major changes we have in that area. And this is where we have almost all the licenses, everything that we have in this organization, ranging from, you know, the asset management, what we'll be paying out there. The new ERP is also flowing through there. We have IT outsourced, that is also flowing through there, and many others, including, you know, on the planning and developing permitting software that we use. We also have the website. So anything to do with those IT, you know, related also flows through in that area. And I think if you compare that with the next contracted services, you'll see a big drop. The reason being, again, we wanted just to put everything in one place. So if you just move down a little bit, you'll see under office equipment and repairs, this contracted service is a big drop. It used to be 387. So that has been shifted up, and that's why you see that big 393,000. I think those are the highlights on what we have on the admin side. But it also flows in together with the next slide, because and the next slide would now be the general ops. So this is in the general ops, this is now where we bring the ICF. So when we'll be dealing with capital, that's why originally I'd put capital ahead of this, because within that capital, there are some areas that we've talked about, those rec sites, whatever, that flows through capital. And I think we are thinking about 75% of whatever you're going to see in capital to be recognized as revenue on the ICF side, as money expected from the other end. At the same time, we also budget for what we pay the town. If you could see at the bottom there, in 2025 we budgeted for 2.8, and I think that has not been fully paid to date, but that's what was budgeted for. And this year we just budgeted for 2.7 million. So basically that is all we have on the admin budget side. Unless we have need to dive into.
Do you have any questions on public services side before we move into, I guess, infrastructure services? Councilor McNeil?
I think maybe more just a comment that's to do with me being newer. Under contracted services, you had mentioned, you know, things like IT and stuff like that. It would be nice to have contracted services broken down into at least a few different categories, so that we had some idea, you know, whether it's professional development, you know, or training, licenses, something. Just a little bit more depth on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? No. Yes, on the infrastructure services. Afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon, good evening, council. I guess I drove through the short straw to start infrastructure. Just to quickly, manager the CYZD airport. I think we've been over the department summary relatively recently. As the CEO said earlier, for a smaller airport in a small area, we're actually quite busy. I think last month we hit over 20,000 visits for the year already, and it's continuing to grow. some of the priorities for the upcoming year, once again, we'll be pursuing grant funding for rehabilitation of the runway. Also keep up with their certification requirements. Keeping up on all the different audits that we need to do and reviews that we need to do for our rewritten regulations. The other thing I'm kind of gonna look at too is the appetite for our winter season to go down 5 days a week instead of a 7-day week schedule. And some more advertising and promotions for the airport. So overall, generally with the airport budget, since I've been looking after this place, I try to keep my budget very stable, without very much changes. A couple of the changes that you may notice is we have money allocated for to redo our master plan. The last, I think it was updated in 2020, and this past year we took a RFP to the AAC, which listed a number of deficiencies, some of which the CAO has mentioned earlier. A couple of the other ones is it deals with your drainage, your kind of the layout of the airport, and even to some extent, some of the outside opportunities for, say, haying or leasing the land out for crops or different things. You can touch on that stuff, plus it just overall will help basically certify the airport to make sure that people know what we have there, kind of attract more development to the airport. If we can kind of show a stable front and kind of a good direction for the airport. So we're also applying for a grant for that one, which should be done tomorrow, I believe. So that's one of the bigger ones that you'll see for the 200 grand under engineering fees. And the grant for that would be approximately, I think, about half of it, so maybe about $100,000 if we get it. So that's another thing, I guess it's up to council if they keep that in there, it's whether or not they wanna fund the whole rough costs or we just put it on a continuance of receiving the grant. Contracted services is kind of like everybody, it's a little bit of everything has been added into it. Where's my other sheet? Okay, for the for one, you're gonna see from kind of partway down there, it's an increase. It's to do with training for the airport. We've got a specific set of training that we have to do every 5 years. And it's in 2026, it's coming due, and that's training that's regulated by Transport Canada. License and permits, it's changed a little bit. It was just because one of my software packages was getting charged to a different code. The one thing that we taken out of this year's budget is last year we had budgeted to replace a sign for the highway for CYZU. And through discussions, it's a nice to have, not necessarily a necessity that we need at the airport. General traffic that's going to our airport knows where they're going. We don't have commercial flights or scheduled flights, so therefore it's not like people need to find the airport. So it's kind of a cost savings we've kind of identified there for this year's budget, and if it's deemed necessary through the master plan or through any other the different things, we can always look at that at a later date. I think the runway chemicals, we've had to increase that, I think by $10,000. Due to the changing of the weather, we seem to get more ice incidents, and therefore we need to make sure we have what we need to deal with those. I think for the most part, that's my biggest changes I've got.
Okay, any questions on the airport? Councilor Neal?
Through the chair, just at the beginning, under revenue, I just wanted to clarify that extra $100,000 is the grant fund, is that in anticipation of the grant funding?
That is.
Okay, and just not so much maybe a question for you, but to go back to council's comment earlier, was, didn't you guys had mentioned that you said that the grant funding is no longer in here in
So we would try to
anticipation?
make sure that, well, when we get to the approvals and stuff, that if it's contingent on the grant, or if there's something, especially on the operational side, past practice before I was on council would be like buying a lotto ticket and spending like you had it without checking the numbers. And our municipality ran that way and we lost a lot of reserves. So we've, over the last, especially the last four new administration, and we stopped budgeting our operations off of anticipated funds and more off of what we actually had, or what was, like LGFF or MSI before was something that you knew was coming as grant funding. But I know when they get to our, what's in and what's out, they'll should tell us at least what is contingent on grants. And we have that opportunity on making sure that, we can either approve it as is or wait until we have grant funding to go further. But yeah, we didn't want to get where we were budgeting on anticipated funds that never came and promising too many projects. Councilor Neal?
Just had one other follow-up, and this is a me issue. When you mentioned about the sign, I'm a little lost looking for my sheet here. So where is that at?
I'm not exactly sure if that was in my paperwork or in the paperwork that was.
Oh, okay. No, that's good then. So I was just curious how much the sign was allocated when you had mentioned that, so.
It was 50, that was
Oh, it was
allocated
50,000.
to the chair.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Anything else on airport? So we're good unless you had anything else.
I'm good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Howlett.
Thank you.
Rob?
So I run the utilities and transfer sites. We've got 2 full-time wastewater employees and 3 transfer site people. Our priorities for this upcoming year is we started a backup generator and fire pump replacement in Fort Assiniboine due to the way that the things go when you're purchasing with generators and stuff coming from the States. It takes a while to come up, so we're gonna actually move that forward into the beginning of 2026. The electric motor for the fire pump will be coming within the next few weeks. I'm still getting clarification from the supplier from that, but they had promised me the end of the month. We're here and just waiting for that to come through. But we have started on the plant work, the electrical side, getting things ready that way. In Fort Assiniboine, there's 3 sections of sidewalks that need to be replaced on State Ave in Fort Assiniboine. We replaced the services to 3 businesses there before they broke. One of the worst things to do is try and dig in the middle of winter time, so we proactively dug them up, get them done. We had a tannin issue in Blue Ridge, and it had gotten worse over the summer. We have now done some stuff to rectify that. We still, in the budget, we'll discuss it, but we have engineering people looking into a new, or possibly a new way of dealing with the tannin, but that'll be, we're still dealing with that. The lagoon, Blue Ridge Lagoon is at 95% capacity most of the times right now. This year was a dry year, so it's been good. And so we're actually lower than we normally are this time of year. we are looking at trying to get that dredged for next year, which has a bit of an increase, and then we're also looking at engineering for maybe an expansion on that area. The other thing we're working to is the transfer sites. Right now, people are just coming in, everyone used to have those little cards that you used to hang on your windshield. Most of them are MIA, people have moved out, new people have moved in and no one's picked up a card. With another municipality, we went and looked at a new card system that would help the operator as well as the residents to streamline a little bit to make sure that the people that are using the transfer sites actually live in Woodlands County and we're not paying for someone else's garbage. And we're also looking at the replacement of one of our garbage trucks. The structural integrity of the boxes has gone to a point where you can poke your finger through without any effort. So we need to replace that. So we'll start with the operator or water budget. As everyone has said already, is that there's been some streamlining of some of the way that we're doing the budget. And so some of the numbers are a little skewed from what they were before. And contract services is probably one of the bigger things that seem to affect it. Before we just put contract services in different areas, now it's all lumped into one. Okay. I'm trying to see where I'm at here again. Sorry. First time having to do this on my own.
It's all good.
But if you follow through, you'll find that there's very little differences in most of the stuff. There has been a couple of increases or decreases. The one of the biggest decreases is the purchases of materials. We purchased a lot of water meters last year for replacing of the ones that we used up, and that was the biggest, almost $80,000 for that. And so we now don't have to buy that, it's just valves, CC boxes and stuff that we'll be purchasing. Other than that, I don't see too much difference here. Come with me. Thanks. Contracted services. That was, okay, so this 115 on contracted services gone from 115,000 down to 13,000. When I was looking back at last year's budget, I had wrongfully put a lot of stuff doubly, so instead of just putting just the contracted services and not the capital projects, I did both, and then that's why it ended up being such a high number for last year's budget. And that was one of the things I was looking into this morning, trying to find out why there was such a big discrepancies. I had doubled up on that incorrectly. I think that's the only one that's the biggest change in that one. Sewer operations now. This one. we budgeted to get the air releases done in Brewer. They're on the force main from our lift station to our lagoons. There's 3 valleys that we go through. And on the other side of each valley, there's an air release so that when the pumps shut down, it doesn't create a water hammer when it kick back in again. We have 5 in place. We had 1 break apart in 21, I believe, and we had to do an emergency repair to it. And we started looking at what are the other ones looking like, and we had found that we should be looking at replacing them. Unfortunately, we didn't, the contractor that had given us a quote never did come back to finish the job. So he quoted us, but then never did come back. So we'll be looking at trying to figure out what we're gonna do for the next year, 2027. For this year, we're just going to have to let that go and get some contract quotes again. Okay. We'll move on to the solid waste. And that's the local government. Oh, yes, local government. That's the shared cost for Woodland, or for Whitecourt and Woodland. Their cost has gone up, having to look at opening up cell 2A. The current cell is starting to fill up, and they need to get into engineering and designing and digging a new hole for it.
A little bit more context for council, especially those councillors attending tomorrow's Solid Waste Authority meeting. The increase that you see there is, it's about almost $180,000. That's a very small fraction of that is increasing to the Landfill Authority's operating budget. It's only about 10,000 increase to the operating budget, and the remainder are for, as Rob said, for the capital expenditures. The current cells that will be running out of capacity by October 2026, so they really need to get going with the expansion to their cell 2A, which is a $2 million project. That's where we forecast here, and tomorrow for those councillors attending the authority meeting, you hear the same information.
That's all I have so far.
Question, Jeff, just to the context on the sewer side there. I'm assuming that that's again ICF portion or whatever, how the percentages are calculated for the cost for us on that?
Are you referring to the Landfill Authority?
I'm referring to the again, the cost on the sewer upgrade in the town of Whitecourt. Obviously, like, if you look at other local government, we've got, what is it, $180 roughly on here as far as an increase. He said there's a little bit extra, about 10,000 on their budget for the landfill authority, but I'm assuming the rest of that is on the sewer side?
Mr. Chair, let me clarify the entirety of the $180,000 increases are for the Landfill Authority. Out of the 180,000 increases, about 10,000 are to do with their operating cost increases, and the other $170,000 are for their capital cost increases.
Right.
It's purely for the Landfill Authority,
Okay.
it's not for any other.
Sorry, I just confused. They were talking about 2 different things. I thought that was all in there. Councillor McNeil?
Through the chair, I just have a few clarification questions. And going to the utilities sheet first, under revenue, where it's grants and transfers for 2025, it shows 340,000, 0 before, 0 after. I am just wondering, so is that a grant? What was the 340,000? Page 57, sorry.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Orwell is probably in the best position to answer that for us.
Okay.
Just take some minute, we're cleaning it up.
Yeah, no worries.
ahead, Jeff.
Mr. Chair, just while Mr. Orwa is looking for the information, I just want to clarify one, some of the initiatives that's on page 56 that Rob talked about. Some of those are capital projects, so you'll hear them again in the capital project presentation following this. But didn't want you to think it's all operating programs.
Sorry.
If this continues, we look for it.
Mr. Chair, I think this is the end of utilities, but I do want to highlight one thing. In our budget here is we have included some contracting services dollars for utility rate model review. We are, as councilors may know, our current utility bylaw, it runs out in 2026, so we will have to come back to council for utility rates sometime in 2026 that will be effective in 2027 and beyond. So that's why we're taking, we have some money in the budget to conduct that review. So we, you heard from CEO Ferris that we are subsidizing pretty heavily on our county provided utilities. So while it's not possible to reach break even in one single run, but it's important that we try to understand the cost to the county and try to get closer as possible. I just want to highlight that for council's knowledge.
Is council okay with us continuing moving while they're looking for that answer for you?
Sure, actually, to make it easier, if it's okay, I have the same question on 2 sheets. So if you wanna be able to take it offline and just come back with us with an answer, that's fine, cause on page 57, it's the one that I mentioned, the 340,000. And then on page 61, which is the 40-43 solid waste ops budget, under grants and transfers, there's 163,700 in that amount there as well. So it's the same question for both entries. Thanks.
Okay, I guess we can continue there.
Your worship and members of council, I'm here to present the remainder of the infrastructure services budget to do with transportation services as well as fleet. This is probably the largest budget in terms of number of pages, so please bear with me. This is the team that does the county road maintenance, repairs, maintaining vehicles, managing county buildings, delivering capital projects, and providing development engineering services. The team is made up of 2 area supervisors and their equipment operators. We also have a number of mechanics. We also have 2 administrative assistants supporting this, as well as 1 manager of infrastructure services, plus 1 capital project coordinator. I just want to quickly highlight the 2026 priorities and initiative and the budget development process. We have taken a look at the survey that was conducted in the summer, where 61 response was received. Out of the 61 response, 89.4% respondents said good roads are very important to them, and we certainly take that feedback into our consideration when we develop the budget. We also, I have previously reported to council that we have implemented a number of new ideas and tried different things since 2024, and it is our belief that we have judging by the service request volumes from 2024 to 2025, we have seen an improvement, so we want to hold on to those improvements through this budget so that we can continue to provide the top-notch service that we provide to our residents. I just want to highlight a few things to summarize the high levels of our 2026 budget. We, as I said, we want to continue the level of service of our county gravel roads by focused investment on culvert stitching, selective calcium stabilization, grading, and regraveling. We want to continue to develop plans to address our aging oiled, cold mix, and hot mix roads. We want to conduct a review of current county road design, construction, and maintenance standards so that we can update it with best practices as well as tie that with our level of service based on the road classifications. We want to ensure our capital projects are delivered in a timely manner to achieve the best pricing for the county. We are continuing with the development of fleet replacement and right sizing plans. And we want to standardize and streamline the approval process and timelines for different approval types, whether it's related to development or people want to come into our right of way. And lastly, we want to develop a public engagement and communication process and procedure as it relates to how we conduct our field work. Those are the high levels, and I'll go into the individual budgets. I will try to be as quickly as possible. The first one is the general operations in the expense section. I'll highlight the contracted services. You see a significant reduction from 731,000 to 207,000. You will see this throughout my budget because I, under this contracted services umbrella, I have an item in previous years called county equipment. This is where when we do the work ourselves, we charge ourselves for the work, so that it reflects that the depreciation costs onto our equipment and the fuel and maintenance cost to our equipment. This year, John has taken out that line of county equipment because it's a non-cash item. We're not paying the money out. This is no different than any kind of internal transfers or those kind of lines. So not to confuse council on something that's not real money. That's and I will highlight any category that has that, so council has an understanding of that. So if you for contracted services, once we remove county equipment and another similar line that's called billable expenses. This is when we work for example, Lakeport, we also bill ourselves. If you remove those non-cash items, my budget for contracted services for general operations stay the same at the same level as the past year. For materials and supplies, you see it's a 50% reduction from 2025 budget, and that reduction is because of two things. One, the removal of attractive items, and secondly, the centralization of office supplies. John has also taken the initiative of centralizing our office supplies. Instead of each individual department budgeting for pens and papers, it should be all centralized. So once you remove those two items, my budget is at the same level as 2025. Or sorry, similar level. It can never be the same with inflation. Next one is building maintenance. This is where you will see an increase. The reason are twofold here. This is where we pay for our shop building, the cold storage, for the Assiniboia office and shop, as well as Blue Ridge Library out of this budget line for building maintenance. And you see an increase for two reasons. One, that our buildings are getting older, they're not getting newer, so the cost of maintenance does go up. And B, the inclusion of Blue Ridge Library. Previous years, Blue Ridge Library is budgeted under recreation boards and library. So this year we centralized, moved the budget here so that the budget is out of one single place. The contracted services here, as I mentioned, it pays for building maintenance, but also pays for janitorial contracts that we pay for janitors. I'll move on to the next one, which is site maintenance. This is where we budget for anything to do with the yards, the 2 yards, Whitecourt, Fort. It's a minor number, but it's stable, the same number from last year. The next one, the safety committee, that has been since removed. There's no point for infrastructure services as a safety committee that's only to be charged by infrastructure staff. It should be all centralized. So that's why it's 0. The next line you see is professional development. You see a slight decrease. I can assure you it's not decreasing in the training, the amount of training, the amount of on the job training or technical skills training remain the same as previous year. The reduction is because we have removed some of the safety related training such as chainsaw into the safety budget. That's why there's a reduction. Other than that, the technical training remained the same as the 2025 level. Next one is street lighting. This one remained pretty stable. You see a slight decrease. That's because I look at the 5-year average, and the 5-year average is lower than the 2025 budget, so I basically use the 5-year average. It's not always possible to predict energy costs for future year. Next one is office equipment and repairs. This one stayed stable. There's no expense there. This is more for amortization purposes. And next one is vehicle and equipment. This is where we pay for vehicle repairs and maintenance, and buy parts, and the salary and wages and benefits of our mechanic. They all come out of this portion of the budget. You will note that the second line contract services, 2025, there's a minus 1.95 million. That's because there's a minus $2.3 million operating expense recovery pool. It's a non-cash item to try to internally transfer. A little bit further than that is we charge ourselves on the operating expense recovery pool here as a negative, and we charge as expense into the county equipment. So if we take out the county equipment, then we should also take out this item. And vice versa, if we charge ourselves county equipment, therefore we also need to budget for a revenue on the vehicle repair side for the operating recovery pool. And that's what's the difference. So if you use minus 1.96 and balance that by minus 2.3, that's where you see the difference. And therefore, this particular line, when you remove the non-cash item, my budget stayed the same as 2025. Moving on to approach construction, this program stayed very close to 2025 level. Next one, the beaver control, this program also stayed very stable. You will see there's a $30,000 reduction in contracted services. That's purely because of the removal of county equipment. Next one is culvert maintenance. In the 314,000 in 2025, that includes about $200,000 county equipment. So if you remove that, and we are very close to the level that I'm putting for 2026. Therefore, this is a pretty stable program. Brushing, this again, there's about $50,000 county equipment. If you remove that, this program is very stable between the 2 years. Roadside cleanup, this is where you see a reduction of $20,000. This is because of the level of service change. We no longer pay community groups on the highway, therefore I removed $20,000 out of the budget. Next one is coal mix road rehabilitation. This one is it's a program that eventually will discontinue and not to use. The reason being coal mix road rehabilitation is really a capital item, it's not all program item. Anytime you use the word rehabilitation, replacement, renewal, that should be a capital item. Next one is bridge maintenance. You will see under grants, there's a $300,000 there. That's a coding error. It was a capital grant that we received, so you shouldn't be counting against a operating budget, it should be reflecting previous year's capital plan, but it was miscoded here. So for now, if you can just ignore that. And in terms of expenses, next page, the contractor services that you see, there's about $60,000 decrease. Out of that $60,000 decrease, $50,000 of that is because of county equipment. So other than that, my budget stayed pretty stable for bridge maintenance. For ditching, there's $50,000 county equipment in the contractor services, so if you remove that, my budget is back to similar levels as 2025. Dust control county, this is where county or council approves certain county roads to receive county paid dust control. So this is where I want to have a discussion with council, because back in July this year, I was asked to dust control County Road 594 east of Blue Ridge going towards Cottonwood for about a kilometer. It was not budgeted and it wasn't part of the policy that council approved earlier in February for dust control. Council passed a motion, asked me to dust control for 2025 and bring back to budget deliberation to have a conversation. So for context, county pays for dust control on certain county roads if there is a county program that's triggering additional traffic. So for example, Quebec's road that goes to the Pudding, its county was promoting recreation, therefore it's only fair for county to pay that portion of the road's dust control. Similarly, when we have gravel haul out of our pits, it's only fair that county, similar to another road use agreement holder, we would expect them to dust control. So when Kevin's crew haul out of the cemetery pit out of Fort Assiniboine, we would provide dust control on the haul route, so not to create additional dust for the residents living there. This portion of road going to Cottonwood does not follow any of those principles, and that's why my advice back in July is against supplying county paid dust control. Now I understand some councillors' concern at that time that we've been doing this for 2 years without council's approval. That was purely administrative decision. That we should continue for a third year, but I bring here for council's consideration that it is my opinion that we should stop paying for that dust control and not to do that in 2026. If those people want dust control, they should be paying just like any other residents subscribe to our resident paid dust control program.
Any feedback from council on that? Councilor McNeil?
Sorry, can you just clarify which road this is? You said coming into Cottonwood's not the Blue Ridge back road?
No, it's through the chair to Councilor McNeil. This is Township Road 594. So if you're in Blue Ridge going towards Cottonwood, you first cross a railway crossing. It's from that railway crossing go further east, so that 1 kilometer, you say 1 kilometer east of the railway crossing. This is the portion of road. I understood from one past councillor the reasoning of past administration supplying dust control is there were 8 houses living on this 1 kilometer stretch. And that's the reason that was cited, and as I said, that was purely administration's decision, not council's decision. Where county paid dust control is by policy, it's by council policy, so truthfully, administration shouldn't have made that decision on behalf of council. Now, the Preston side of the coin, we do have other county roads that in 1 kilometer you got 8 houses. So if you would provide dust control at this location, then by extension, you should consider other locations too.
To that comment, Mr. Zhang, with the other, say we have another area where you have 8 houses in a kilometer, is that covered by policy, or is that again an administrative, we should just do it?
Through the chair, we do have other areas that in 1 kilometer you got 8 houses. We're not providing any county paid dust control. If those residents wants to have dust control, they'll have to either pay them individually or group up as a team to pay for the dust control.
Fair enough. Any other comments, Councilor McNeil?
Just to kind of add on your question, is there a threshold that, so just to clarify, and I think for dust control, like is there 15 houses, 5 houses? You know, cause I guess I kind of understand the argument if you have 8 or 10 houses that are paying taxes in a 1 kilometer stretch, as opposed to having one house that's paying taxes, you know, in a 5 kilometer stretch. So.
Through the chair to Councilor McNeil, we currently do not have a policy based on number of houses per kilometer.
Okay.
As I mentioned, the current policy on county paid dust control are generally tied to a principle where county is promoting something or triggering something that caused the dust.
Thank you.
And to that, we also, it's a same product, different application, but we also utilize it on corners, hills, and intersections where we have problematic road area, but not the entire stretch. It's usually pinpointed to certain areas that seem to be problematic. Councilor Coogan?
So then, through the chair to, so then, the road use agreements then would reflect that if there was excessive use by one company on a road that created dust, they would be the one that would have to supply that dust control.
Through the chair to Councilor Coogan, in our current road use agreement, there is a clause that administration can request the road use agreement holder to supply dust control in front of residents. Now our agreement itself is, we're currently working on a traffic bylaw trying to improve the enforceability of our policy, so.
Just for example to that, we had log haul out in my area this year, and the dust was incredibly bad for the residents driving or living in the area. And administration, we had a few complaints, came in, did a wonderful job talking to the contractors out there, and they were brought in water trucks after to at least keep the dust down while they were working, so. Perfect. There are areas in our road use agreements to. So I guess to Mr. Zhang's question, are we leaving the dust control in this 1 kilometer section in, or letting it revert to what the policy states? I'd be in favor of leaving it to where the policy is.
I would be in favor of that as well.
And to supplement that, if I can, the policy was reviewed and adopted by council early in first quarter of 2025, so it's pretty recent.
Okay, so just I guess follow your recommended roadways as per policy.
Thank you. And if I may continue.
Yes, sir.
The next budget line is emergency services. You see there's a revenue line here, 1.638. This is the forecasted DRP money that may coming back to us in 2026. The next one is erosion control. This is the program that pays for the name erosion control is a little bit misleading, but this is more related to slides and monitoring of sloughing slides throughout the county. So this is where you will see the contracted services. This is where we pay our geotechnical engineer to monitor our sites and come out for calls. There's about $8,000 county equipment in there, so if you remove 8,000 from the 2025 budget, we're not that different from the previous year, pretty stable. Grading, this is where we charge our summer grading on gravel roads too. You'll notice there's a big deduction of 230 down to 60. That's there's about $200,000 of county equipment in there. Other than that, I have increased the contracted services a little bit just to account for during hospitals and our summer programs. Sometimes we do need to rely on contracted graders and contract water trucks to supplement our work. When we do have those special projects, we need to take our regular graders out of their beat and try to help with other part of the county. So we do need contract graders and water truck to help with their work. That's why I increased the budget a little bit to account for that. You will also note there's a random transfer, 150,000 in 2025. I know Councilor McNeil probably asked me where that is. have to rely on Mr. Orwa to answer that.
We can add it to the list.
Okay, next one is sweeping. This is where it's a very minor program. That this is where we pay for sweeping of our hot mix and cold mix, mostly hot mix roads before the line painting. So to remove any sand residual from the roads, it's a minor program. It's pretty stable. Next one is sidewalk maintenance. This is where we pay for the hamlet sidewalks for their for the maintenance and repairs. In previous years, we budget sidewalk replacement out of this. But in a recent conversation, we are looking for ways that we can capitalize sidewalk panel replacements. The more we can capitalize, the better for our municipal indicators, so that's why you see there's a $0 for contracted services. That's not to say we're not doing any panel repairs, it's out of a different program. The next one I have is gravel pit management. This is where we charge the surveys, the management of gates and locks, and paying for lease for our gravel pits. Out of the almost 36,000 in the current year, we have 9,000 in there that's because of county equipment. We also have a reduction in contracted services. We budgeted for 36,000, but we didn't use much of it, so in 2026 I'm reducing contracted service to reflect actual expenditure in 2025. Next one I have is line painting. This program, we kept the dollar the same as 2025. For full disclosure to council, this is, I did take a policy to council in September for updating the line painting policy. We typically budget for the full amount for the budget because we just cannot predict how the lines look next year before summer. The assessment will be done in April, and if we don't need to use the full budget, that will become a surplus at the end of the year. We only paint lines, my new policy, the intent of my new policy is we only paint lines for those lines that need to be painted. We don't paint lines on a schedule, nor do we paint lines on an every year basis. That's
Councilor McNeil.
Thanks, through the chair to Jeff. Just to clarify, so if there's lines that require painting twice per season, that could potentially be possible under your new policy?
Through the chair to Councilor McNeil, in theory, yes, we haven't come across any lines in our county require painting twice a year.
Perfect.
Generally, our lines last on average 2 years.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may continue. Next one I have is mowing. This is where the currently we're contracted out, and Dawn is the person who look after the contract for us. We do have a capital plan item, which I will defer to that point to discuss, potentially bring this in-house. But for the budget wise, I'm keeping the dollars as is, because if we do it in-house, we still have fuel expenses and wages that we have to pay, so I'm just trying to cover all behind. Next one I have is pothole patching. This program is changed in 2026 by combining two separate programs in 2025 budget. So in 2025 budget, we have one program called pothole patching. We also have a patching program. Realistically, you're using similar material. It's on the same type of roads that you do patching. There's no point having two separate programs, so in 2026 budget, we combine the two programs into one. You will see, in the 2025 budget line, you see a $39,000. That's purely county equipment in there, so that needs to be removed. So you may question me, after we remove that, we have a $50,000 increase. That's because I'm amalgamating two programs together, so that increase is because of the patching program, which you will see later in the package. Next one I have is patch gravel. This is a pretty stable program. If you remove the 20,000 from current year, that's all county equipment. The program is essentially the same. The next one I have is a regraveling program, and in 2025 we have $400,000 under contracted services. that's about 250,000 in county equipment. So if you remove that number, we are at the same level, so I'm keeping the level the same in 2026 as compared to 2025. Next one I have shoulder pull, out of the 100,000 in 2025, it's $80,000 of county equipment, so if you remove that, we're exactly at 2025 level. The next one I have is signs. Here is, we have $8,000 in 2025 under contracted services, that's purely county equipment. So if you remove that, you're still seeing a $11,000 increase in contracted services in 2026. And you may question me what that is we always assume that we can do the bigger signs, especially those breakaway signs on 2 posts, but we really don't have the resources, the equipment to do that work, and we have to rely on contracted services. Last year, in the current year, to install the 2 signs at Cata Cross Road that Councillor Dean was asking about, we had to rely on contracted services, and I had $0 I can charge them to. So that's why I'm forecasting some money, just so that in future years, we have some money we can charge to repair those major or bigger signs. And next one is snow removal. So you'll know there's under contracted services it's a $500,000 reduction. So that's purely because of county equipment. So if you remove county equipment, we're exactly at the same level. And snow removal is one program that's reactive, it's unpredictable. If the entire winter is like November this month, we're gonna carry a large surplus at the end of the year. I also want to, Councillor McNeil probably will ask the grants and transfers again, so Mr. John Orwa can add that onto the bucket.
Jeff, that one for the 200,000, was that possibly one of the sales that we transferred, or old equipment sales we moved into capital reserve?
Through the chair, I doubt it, because we didn't require that level of dollars.
Okay.
But we'll work with Mr. Orwa to provide you some response on that. You also notice under materials and supplies, there's a sizable increase. That sizable increase is due to I basically doubled our chemical budget. Last year, 2024 compared with the past winter compared with the previous winter, we had double amount of worm spells. And when you have that many worm spells, we do need to use a lot more salt. When the temperature remains very cold, salt is not effective. We don't use as much of chemical. But when the temperature is in the -15 to 0 range, we use lots of salt. That's why I doubled the chemical budget. For the same reason, Steve has also done the same for his airport budget. Just try to accommodate for the more warm spells that we're getting. Next budget line I have is fencing. This one is budgeted 0 because we really don't have much of county-owned fences along our roads. And there's been minimal dollars charged to it. There's no good justification to leave as a program by itself. That's why it's 0. Next one I have is road rehabilitation. Now you will know there's a 350,000 down to 30,000. That's a coding error. So it's a capital project that's supposed to be coded to capital, but it was coded here. So other than that, there's no the increase in 2025, sorry, the increase in 2026 is $30,000, so we can use for different kind of designs and geotechnical surveys for future comics and co-mix road programs. The next one I have is crack sealing. This is a contracted services. We keep this program pretty stable, as I told some councillors, or maybe I have told all the councillors. One of the most effective preventive maintenance work they can do on hot mix roads is to crack sealing, keep up with it. And this is one thing that this county have done remarkably well in keeping up with this program, keeping our roads stretching the life of our roads. We have seen generally common road last 20 years in our county, some roads last 25. So I do wholeheartedly believe in spending money at the earliest possible state in preventive maintenance so that we can stretch out the life of our assets. So for all intents and purposes, this program stayed the same as the current year. The next one you see is patching. I already talked about it, but this is where it you see that we kind of stopped using it. I left the dollar amounts as zeros. So this is where we're going to combine the patching and pothole patching to one single program. The next one I have is soft spot repair. I have advised council that this is one program I want to increase. The reason just being the soft spots in a otherwise relatively fair condition road, it's really dragging down the condition of the road and generates service requests for us. And if we can take care of those soft spots at the right time, then we really can delay the capital expenditure for reconstruction of the road, which are very expensive. So that's why you see an increase in this program under contracted services. This is where we want to improve and increase the level of soft spot repairs on our cold mix and hot mix roads. The next program I have is guardrail maintenance. You will see there's a drop in materials and supplies. This is purely because in 2025 we have undertaken one major project, is the guardrail replacement on the Old Bridge Highway by Coal Mine Hill. Some councilors traveling that route, you've probably seen in the summer our work there. The work has been done this year, so we're not repeating the work next year. That's why you see that the budget has been reduced to a normal level. The next one is coal mix to gravel. That's zero. We're going to remove this program. This used to be called powerization program, but we stopped doing coal mix road powerization back to gravel anymore, so there's no point having this program. The next one is calcium stabilization. So this is where, as Mr. Reeve has said, that we select based on our presentation to council in October 2024. We have a number of high priority roads, and we do reviews on those roads in early spring to see the condition and pick out the area that we need to focus our efforts on calcium stabilization, especially the hills and intersections, and people who have gear changes. That's where you see a lot more damage to the roads. This program has been, in my opinion, successful in 2025. We had a change of philosophy, and the administration collectively have received 4 service requests disagreeing with the practice. 4 people disagree versus how many people thank us for the service, and as well as the reduction in service request volume. I think it's still a good indication that this program should continue as per the 2025 arrangement. As I said to council, if council want discussion or want to change your practice, we're certainly open to any conversation, but at this time it's my advice to continue the practice of 2025 into 2026. For context, for those councilors may not know about calcium stabilization, we typically want to apply twice in a year, one early in the summer, sometime in, for example, June, and one late application towards September, October. The second application, the one in the fall, you can choose to reduce the concentration or quantity, because it's more just to get you through winter, get to the next application. If you keep doing the program over a longer period of time, you also have the ability for the fall application, just 1 year, you may just forego that program because there's enough residual calcium in the road base. Continue roadside spraying. This is a stable program. There's no major changes there. Dust control resident. This is where people pay for their dust control in front of residents. You see the revenue is 0. That's because the revenue has been forecasting a different line. It wasn't forecasted here. The last one I have is intermunicipal sharing. This is a new program for 2026. This is try to take a portion of my salary for the year towards intermunicipal activities, in meetings with the town and going through the town's invoices and try to defend it. So that's all I have.
Okay, so I guess for the operational budget, any other questions, comments? Councilor McNeil?
I just saved my questions to kind of go through all at once, if that's okay. So, basically, I wanna first just kind of note, thank you for explaining, like with the county equipment and kind of where that goes. And I guess my comment on that, in the future, if it's not labor intensive, could we have like a kind of a collective amount of how much was county equipment that's been reallocated? Just that when we're going through, I think it might be easier. It seemed like you already had all the numbers in your head, so. Okay, then also under, sorry, just one quick second here. We noted the grant ones that you had mentioned, there's a lot of pages, just one second, sorry. Okay, under, here's where it is. So on page 47, which is 32, and actually, nope, my apologies. Bear with me, you did answer that one. That was on the double in the chemicals. And okay, so on page 48, which is halfway down the page under the guardrail maintenance. It shows $20,000, $20,500 in salary and wages for guardrails. But you said the, like, materials and supplies, we weren't really doing anything, so I was wondering what that was.
Through the chair for Councilor McNeil, my comment was trying to explain the 52,000 in 2025 budget. That's to do with our project this year on the Oak Ridge Highway. We finished the project, therefore there's no point of rebudgeting for that amount of money in 2026. I still have to keep a minor amount of money in there just in case that there's guardrail hits by vehicles that I have to go out and repair. So that's why there's the $10,000 in the current year budget.
Sorry, above that, the $20,500 for wages, because the previous years didn't have wages in there.
Through the chair, Councilor McNeil, we may have to get back to you on that. It could also be a coding error in previous years, because we our coding error or budgeting error in previous years, because we couldn't possibly be doing a $50,000 material job without any labor. So if that's my gut feeling that I can offer, that we can Mr. Aurora can try to help us and look into this.
So I think there are two of them that you can explain out of, because this happened last year. And one thing that I'm hearing is probably need to make sure that they understand, the team understands how the funding flows. But I think for last year is very obvious. When we looked at, the first one was the 340, and the 340, it looks like there was some activities going on at the fort. So they had about 100K spent out there. There was some connection replacement, if you recall that. State Avenue and some Range Road, something happened there. It was about 100K. And then the water plant upgrade, there was also another 100K there. And then you had some airport water reservoir upgrade. So together was 340. That is just the capital, the funding part of it. Then under the other one was the solid waste, correct? And the solid waste, I think it was 163. So again, there was another transfer there, and this time One of them was transfer of capital to, we are buying new bins, we are replacing the old bins. Does that sound right?
Yeah, we had a big bin we had to replace.
That was about 13,700. Then there was also another 150K for State Avenue manhole, Thompson Road sewer line. Does that ring a bell?
The which one?
State Avenue manhole, Thompson Road rehab.
State Avenue, yes.
So those combined, I think that is 163,700. So those ones were there, but the other ones we are still working on. It looks like there's some internal transfers there, and we'll give you some feedback on the ones Jeff was just talking about. But those two are very clear because they are kind of explained properly. The records that were left for us in 2025 by our predecessors.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilor McNeil?
Nope.
No. Any other questions on the operational budget, infrastructure? Not seeing any.
You can go.
Just through the reef, recognizing that we went through a lot. We do have a council meeting next week where it would be no problem at all if we were to defer the capital budget discussions to that meeting. Depending whether or not if you wanna keep going or not. We're more than committed to keep going if you'd like. That said, there's a lot to absorb and you may have questions after this discussion as well. But if you'd like, we could absolutely defer the capital budget discussions till next week on the 4th, just as an option.
If I could, as a recommendation before we, if we're to defer or not, would administration be able to at least run through the capital requests? So this way, anybody around the table can have an idea to digest what's coming up. It might help, if there's questions in between now and another meeting on the capital side for anybody else around the table that has questions as to why or how or, the pertinence to it, we might be able to get those in the interim, and then we could save some time at the council meeting also. And that's just my question, Councilor St. Margaret.
Are we gonna review the summary of the operating budget? We've gone through the detail.
100%, sorry, I just wasn't sure if you wanted to, because the reeve indicated that concluding the operations discussion, so I just wanna, before we transition, if we transition, but John can absolutely speak to the summary as well, before the end of the meeting.
Again, I just wanna clarify, that was just my take, but if, the rest of council wants to keep going through and start into the capital side and have all those discussions, or like I said, we could have, for me, it would be an overview, for at least everybody has an idea what's coming up, we can have more discussions if we have to after, but, sorry, Councilor Whitten, just your suggestion, your opinion?
Whatever you guys decide.
Councilor McNeil,
I'm good with the group, whichever,
Councilor Wright,
sorry.
I say we keep going, we're here.
Councilor Cogan,
That as well.
Councilor St. Martin,
I'm okay with deferring it, but if we wanna continue, I'm okay with that too.
Let's dig in.
well, and again, that's our, at least, for me, if we could at least get an overview. It doesn't mean we have to spend hours on this today, but if we get an overview and if anybody has questions, we might be able to solve some of those between now and the next meeting. Councilor McNeil?
Oh, just to clarify, Councillor St. Martin, were you looking for the overview or the summary before we went into?
Yeah, we'll do the summary first, it's before we move into the next topic.
Okay.
Wait, I guess we'll continue the summary portion here and we'll.
So if you bring up the slide, that's the one.
Alright, so let's go back to where are we?
So this is the slide that is right from the board. I think that is the slide that we're referring to. And so what that does is all the things that we talked about in the last few hours is now condensed into this, and we're saying we are presenting a balanced budget. So it will capture most of the stuff that we've talked about and then condense them into one.
Questions on the summary?
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, $372,282 is being transferred from the reserves into this budget to supplement this budget. With that being said, we also have this $900,000 interest that has been taken out of the operating budget. Could we look at, rather than moving the full $900,000, potentially phasing that and only move a third or half of it, and thereby eliminating the need to draw from reserves to balance this budget?
To the chair, to Councillor St. Martin, I think the reason behind taking it out was based on the reserve policy that I believe was passed prior to my arrival. And in the reserve policy, I think, which I also attached, I think it states very clearly that part of this investment income will now be sent back into the reserves and should not be recognized as revenue. And I think this happened prior to my arrival. I don't know whether the CEO might weigh in on that as well.
Through the chair, absolutely, it's a county policy, we could change it. Can't do it today, it's a special meeting. But if you would like to have that addressed, we can absolutely have an item for you next week. At that meeting, providing an amendment that would provide allowances to phase it in with an implementation period. We have no preference, of course, on which way we do it. It is an unfortunate Band-Aid we need to rip off, and it's, do we do it slowly or do we do it all at once is really the ultimate question.
Just comment to that, whether we're taking 370 out and putting 900 in, it's still the same difference at the end. I mean, that 900 is going into reserves, so.
Okay, I just want that to be looked at. Whether it's 1/3 or 50%, it's quite a large hit, I think, for the operating budget. And with a projected 5% increase and all the other asks, I'm just trying to look at a way to mitigate this. On the other item, allowances and adjustments, Mr. Warwa spoke to that he reduced it and then he increased it again. I would question whether we need to go the full 500,000. Or if it could be reduced, maybe not to 200,000, but maybe to 350 or 400,000 to cushion some of the impact as well.
Checking that's the allowance for doubtful accounts?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, the advice Mr. Aurora will receive regarding reattaching it was simply from me. I have heard that we have a industry player that is currently on the tax prepayment plan that is currently actively stiffing their contractors. And I've also heard that they've started stiffing the bills for an adjacent municipality. And it was for that reasons that I recommended we increase it back to the 500,000. That said, that I've collected this information over the last couple of weeks. What we can do is look at that particular player and see what the allocations for that amount will and make it an exact number rather than a rounding estimate, because it is the only a single player I've heard this about. So we can tighten that up, absolutely.
Good, thank you.
And my caution to that is I would rather have a larger cushion to land on than not enough. We were at one point $1 million in a doubtful account, and we were actually close to that a few years in a row. So, you know, it may be one player currently, but I would rather have a larger cushion instead of having to come back and pull out of reserves or more unbudgeted expenses just because we don't have, you know, the foresight on that either. Councillor McNeil.
Actually, I kind of agree with both of you, but I just wanna echo what Councillor St. Martin said about the $900,000 in revenue being reallocated or left in reserves. I agree that they're both reserves, the 372, but at the same time, we are funding this out of reserves. And with that, losing that 900,000 in revenue, so to speak, I agree with phasing that in as well. So, because they are different accounts, and I think that a stepped approach, that if we took a portion of it, left it in revenue, took the other portion of it to fund the capital portion that we need to balance the budget, might be better. And also, I agree with what Reeve Kush said about leaving the 500K in there. And when it comes to our doubtful accounts, and obviously, hopefully we won't need it, so, but those were the big ones. I do have a concern, and maybe this is a question through to Mr. Orwa, in regards to the contracted service, the county equipment under contracted services. And when we're looking at the budget numbers from 25 and previous, is that amount reflected here? Because it was in of course, the budgets that we were seeing. I realize it's not in 26s, but if I'm looking at our $34 million budget this year and 32 for last year, how much of that was contracted services that went in and out, and kind of?
So one of the reasons why I took it out, it is more of an offset. It has no impact. So it was money in, then out. So overall budget was zero, no impact at all. So if you look at the previous budgets, you'll be seeing a big number coming through, maybe 2.6 million. Then below you see minus 2.6 million. So no impact on the budget.
Okay, just to clarify then, so it wasn't, when we were putting it under total expenses, it wasn't in as a revenue and an expense at all?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor St. Martin.
I just want to inquire, we may have some substantial legal costs. Is that part of the 2026 operating budget, or is that something that's an accrual from 2025, or how will that be handled?
Just if I may, some more clarity, you're concerned about legal costs coming up in 2026? So currently, there's, I believe, 250,000 there for legal costs. There is also some money within administration under contracted services for ICF negotiations and discussions, where a portion of that number is also set aside for legal costs. I'm happy to tell you the exact numbers, but I just request we go in closed session if you want to.
In addition to that, we had talked about previously about the provincial education requisition credit. Are we anticipating any credit in 2026?
Yes, we've already applied. I'm just not very sure. 13K. So that number is already ringing a bell. Yes, we've applied and we're expecting some money out for PAC.
So was that included in the 26 budget?
Yes, part of it I've included in the 26 budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Just on to capital then, if that's okay with everyone.
So we'll move on to capital. Kind of give us an overview on what we have here.
Actually, we've been 2 hours, maybe we can do that before we get into capital.
We'll take a 5-minute break here. So at 2:30, we'll say 2:40, by the time everybody actually gets up and gets where they're at. no, it's,
Almost did it tomorrow.
okay, so if we can, I guess, touch on the capital side, I see we have an overall sheet here that kind of gives categories 1 through 3, and then a 5-year plan with a list here, if we can at least go through some of the requests for this year that are coming up in the budget and give us kind of an overview.
Jeff. Well, I can start. The first one, of course, is the airport. We're at a position where, as you all know, if we don't do something, it's going to only cost us more, and the cost of the airport overlays is significant. The money in 2026 there would be our portion, with the province getting the rest. Now that Jeff's here, I'm gonna transition this over to him because he's much more capable at the capital plan than I am. So, transition considered complete.
Your worship, members, council, sorry, very late. I just want to explain quickly on the categorization. That's our first column on the Excel sheet, or the sheet that you see. I just wanted to quickly explain. This was implemented last year, tried to help council prioritize and determine if there are things that council did not want to proceed, or otherwise to prioritize something to proceed. The category 1 is the project that's to address critical needs related to assets or the health and safety of our ratepayers. Category 2 are those projects to address present needs that shall not be delayed, otherwise service delivery will be interrupted. And category 3 are those ones that to address present needs that can be delayed, however, increased costs for maintaining service delivery is expected. That's and I've done the categorization of all the 2026 budget projects. So any project doesn't have a category number, that means it's not in 2026 as we proposed. So I just also want to explain the color for the coloring. Anything in yellow means that line has been changed since our presentation at Finance Committee. Because we have received comments from Finance Committee, and we also have further internal discussions, and I will be going through every single line, but I'll try to be succinct going through them. Feel free to stop me at any point. I'll follow the order from top to end. The first one is the airport runway. We'll be submitting a application to the province under STIP CAP likely tomorrow, which CAO Ferris probably would talk to council about the motion at the end of the meeting. We are budgeting it across a number of 5 years, so that try to lower the capital load on any given year. This is in the unlikely event, but in the unfortunate event, if we have to fund this project ourselves, we are budgeting towards that. The next one is Squirrel Creek Slide. This one is we should have a design by the end of 2025, and we should be ready to proceed into construction in 2026. What is not showing on the page here is yesterday I and Sheldon and a few of others have met with the province that I'm going to get a business case written to DRP to ask DRP to fund this project again. Try to present a case where the previous repair was a temporary repair.
Councillor St. Martin.
Mr. Chair, through to Jeff. This is going back to the airport services project. When you say STIP-CAP, is that one program?
Through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, I let me spell all the names. Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program has 4 components. One is Local Road Bridge Program, that's where we apply for bridge funding. Second one is called Community Airport Program, that's a CAP. The third is called Resource Road Program, and the last one is local municipal initiatives, LMI. There are 4 separate funding sub-programs of STIP.
Mr. Chair, through to Jeff, that's provincial funding?
Through the Chairs of Councilor Samartin, yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, through to Jeff again, has the county looked at the Airports Capital Assistance Program, which is a federal program that funds small airports with a minimum of 1,000 passengers per year? And they fund lighting, runways, vehicles, and equipment.
Through the Chair to Councilor Samartin, I have not looked at that federal program. I did look into other provincial programs such as FPAA, forestry program. We're not eligible. The Grand Cassant, we do have a Grand Cassant who was helping us, but we haven't heard back from him. But I can ask that Cassant specifically look into federal programs.
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that this is a fairly new program. It's a few years old. It might be something the county wants to look at.
There is also to the airport funding, I do have just a online meeting with Alberta Council and a few other municipalities next week. And they're talking about some of the federal defense spending and how that can also roll into regional airports. So I'm gonna see what the Alberta Council has to say there too, and hopefully something that can help public administration, so.
Good.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Let me finish Broker's slide. The intent is if we can get some money from DRP, we'll utilize that funding, otherwise it's out of our capital budget for this slide repair. It is a necessary repair. The slide is impacting the side slope of our road. It's a major corridor into Canforce FMA. So the next one I have is East Mountain Road slide. This project was first presented last year, but council deferred it to this year. It is a substantial amount of money that we need. It's about $2 million. Any kind of slide it's really hard to predict when the slide is finally going to give. But given this is on one of our more important arterial roads, it's a Homix road, it's still our advice to proceed with the project, so we remove this risk for our county. Next one is the replacement of bridge file 74180. This one I have a STIP application under the local road bridge program ready. It should be it's ready for signature, that we can apply to the province for funding. And the next one I have is Tower Road Rehabilitation Reconstruction for the south portion of Tower. The south portion of Tower is one of the most deteriorated county co-mix roads that's in our county, together with the next one, Bison Road Rehabilitation. Those two are ranked number 1, number 2 in our co-mix road review for our collector co-mix roads in terms of conditions. So that's why we're proposing to reconstruct or rehab those 2 roads. And just for clarity, we use the word south, just try to say that we're not doing the whole piece, because the north piece of both the roads are significant, are better in condition compared with the southern piece, so there's no point in the north piece if it still have a few more years. The next one I have is road level service standards for $100,000. This is what I described to council in my operating updates, that we want to line up our design standard with our maintenance standard, as well as level service, maintenance level service and construction level service line up with our classification of the roads. This is the engineering dollars needed to proceed with that initiative. The next one, the next
Sorry,
two
Jeff.
I have.
Councillor St. Martin.
This type of study used to be able to be funded under the Municipal Asset Management Program, but that is closed. I'm wondering if the Alberta Community Partnership intermunicipal collaboration component might be something we could apply for with the town of Whitecourt. For funding.
You're good to continue, Jeff.
Right, the next two are Cabex Road and Old Ferry Road. These two are DRP projects. We also have secured a commitment from the province that if our tender price is higher than what the province's original estimate, the province will recognize our higher tender price, so that it's not a fixed upset, but it's a flexible upset. That's a recent development, a positive development that we have. And secondly, for these two projects, we are also applying under DFPP, Drought and Flood Protection Program. I should have the application ready tomorrow for submission right away to cover the county portion of the project, because DRP pays 90% and county covers 10%, as well as any enhancement that we want to include in the project that's not covered by DRP. I told council previously, when I'm doing the design, we want to do the design slightly larger than what DRP gives us. This is the intent to see if there's any other programs that can cover the cost. The next one I have is it's a placeholder item that's for bridge rehabilitation. This is where we pay for more in-depth repairs to our bridge structures which can be capitalized. It's not named to any project at this point because it's intended to be a placeholder. We make that decision when we're ready to do the work, so that we can capitalize some of our bridge repairs. Similarly, the next line is culvert replacements. This is also a placeholder item to pay for some more expensive culvert repairs and replacements that we have our road network that can be capitalized. And that covers all the transportation projects for 2026. I will move on to the recreation projects.
Sorry, Councillor Coolgan.
Yeah, I just have a question through to Jeff. When I went through this, the $300,000 that we kind of projected for Carlson Drive was moved into the 2028 capital plan, and I remember that in the engagement session, you were looking at doing some of the work there to mitigate some of the flooding and stuff like that. So how does that fit into the capital?
Through the chair to Councillor Coolgan, that 300,000 was not a new addition nor a move. That was just carried forward from previous year's capital plan. That 300,000 was always there. I kept it there because to this day I still don't have a design for me to look at it, so I cannot predict how much work it's going to be capital in 2026. But it is still my full intention to utilize the line that's called culvert replacement routine. If there are culverts need to be reinstalled, replaced, upsized, to use that line to pay, as well as my operating budget.
Okay, thank you, because I'm gonna have to do some explaining there, so.
Councillor St. Martin.
I just have a question regarding the Goose Creek project. I believe I read that there was the option, and forgive me, I don't know this area, I don't know the situation, but there was an option to close this piece of infrastructure. Do we know at this point in time if it can be closed or if it should be rehabilitated?
Through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, we have done an assessment report on this structure. There is an option to extend the life of the bridge for another 20 years for total project cost about 400,000, and that's the option I'm applying to the province to get STIP funding under local road bridge program. If the province if we're successful getting the funding, then the cost to county is 100,000 for another 20 years out of the structure, then we can potentially delay that decision for another 20 years. That would be the best case scenario in my mind.
Thank you for that clarification.
Good to keep going.
Just before I move on to recreation, I do want to address one item that was asked by Councillor Dean through email. Is to do with the subdivision roads. For those councillors who may be comparing our current plan with the previous years, it may seem that some of the subdivision roads are missing. They're not missing, they're just being crunched into one single line that's called subdivision and local collector coal mix road reconstruction. That line. The reason we combine them into one line, also you may notice some minor amount of roads being moved from 2026 down to 2027, is because we are in the process of updating the cost estimate for the surface reconstruction for county coal mix subdivision roads. As well, we're undertaking the standards update or standard review for the design, construction and maintenance standards, as well as the level of service for the classification of the road. Subdivision roads in our county, if we're reconstructing them, they're very expensive. The amount of taxes that we collect from subdivisions generally do not pay for the resurfacing of those subdivision roads. So we are looking at what are the possible options that we can supply and what are county council's expectation out of it. In the middle of it, we also have a strat plan that's also going to happen next year. We just thought it's best that we delay the work that originally slated for 2026 into a future year to allow time for those plans to be in place, for discussions to happen before we move forward.
Councillor McNeil?
Excuse me, through the chair to Jeff, just correct me if I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, back in the spring, maybe in April, something like that, with a previous council, when they were talking about cold mix roads, I thought they already had approved 500,000 in the budget and then had added an additional 650,000. Cause I thought I had in my notes that there was like 1.15 million or something dedicated to cold mix roads in those budget discussions. And just to clarify, so now you're saying that we wouldn't be doing any cold mix in 26 at all?
So the Chair to Councillor McNeil, you're correct. Back in May, Council approved additional 500,000 onto the already approved 600,000. That is to accommodate the cost increases for 2025 projects. So those funds were already used for the current year. Council did not approve any additional money for future years. At that time, I told Council that I need to go back and reevaluate all the cost estimates, because all these cost estimates were done back in 2024 without any destructive testing data to show how deep our gravel layer is. And with the current 2025 year project, we drill holes to see how much gravel we have, and we did not, the previous report that we relied on did not budget enough for the amount of gravel that we needed. Therefore, that's why I have to go back and recalculate the cost to reconstruct all of the subdivision roads. And by recalculating, of course, the funding requirement will change, and priorities and how much you can fund will also change. And the county's financial position may also change. So that's why it's just too many balls in the air for us to charge ahead and do a project with insufficient funding, because the funding would have been set up back in 2024. And that's why we thought it'd be better if we use the first half of 2026, come out with all the plans and proceed in a better manner in 2027.
Councillor St. Martin?
So Mr. Reeve, I guess through to administration and council, if we find at the end of the year that we have a surplus or we find additional monies, can we relook at some of those roads that were earmarked for 2026?
I think we could probably, but again, it would be a 2027 year. I think what we found in the past is, because we don't have enough data currently on some of the things, and by the time we get into the construction season and start bidding, it ends up too late in the season. We did that one year, and we ended up not being able to actually finalize some of the roads, and we had issues that we had to go back and redo on after.
Okay, just to clarify, this is not approved at this point in time. Okay, thank you.
If I may just supplement, the Reeves statement. Generally for civil work or road work, you'd be best to tender, before January, February. The earlier the better, but you want to do it before, otherwise you're competing, the tenderers are, most of the bigger companies are already full, and you only have a few companies bidding, and you don't have benefits in bid prices. So that's another challenge of trying to get the work done. And road work really depend on the 2 months of summers that we have, and that's generally very short. So if I may, continuing to recreation.
Okay.
This is where I may need Mr. Phillips to help me, but I'll try my best to wing it. There's only 2 projects here, the recreation site upgrades. $800,000 allocation to do recreation site, to upgrade the existing recreation sites. And you heard from Heather that we've been basically just doing mowing and washroom cleaning in the past 5 years. And the next line item is new acquisition. This one, if we need to go into any further detail, I suggest you go into closed session. This is previous council's direction that we allocate some money for acquisition of future sites.
I think we should, just so everybody has an understanding what we're talking about here, I'm gonna make a motion to go into closed session at 3:03. Discussion to the motion? Seeing any, call the question, all in favor? Closed session at 3:26. We're back on. Okay, so that brings us, what's the next one on the list here? We have Fort Assiniboine Museum restoration.
Your worship, members of council, continuing, the next one, Fort Assiniboine Museum restoration, this is a phase 2 of the current project, which is going to be a carryover. It was originally presented as one single project, but last year, due to the loading of capital projects, council at that time decided to split the two. I did look into a grant program, the Community Facility Enhancement Program. We are not eligible because the society runs the current facility does not meet the requirement for that under that grant program. So the next one.
Sorry, Councillor St. Martin.
So I understand that municipalities can't apply to that program, but the society can.
Through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, without disclosing too much of the society, you are right, it has to be through a societal group. They must have over $50,000 of cash sitting in your bank account.
Mr. Reeve, if that's not doable, then there's also the legacy building communities through arts and culture. Canada Culture Spaces Fund, which municipalities are eligible to apply. It's 50% as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may continue, the next two projects for this building, for the ventilation and electrical system upgrades, its main focus to replace RTUs and the HVAC system and fan system. I did send an email to, I looked at the grant that's called Municipal Action Initiative. I did send it to our grant consultant and asked them for their advice. I haven't heard back, but that's one grant program that we.
Councillor St. Martin.
So the name of that program is the Municipal Climate Change Action Center, and it's 50% funding. And they do fund these condensers and heaters and things of that nature. And Fortis Save Energy Grant is also another option for $7,500.
The next one is the Fort Assiniboine Shop Emergency Exit Construction. This is to try to bring the shop into building code compliance. The next one is the emergency generator for this building. It is a large ask of $200,000 to purchase a emergency generator. We spread it over 5 years, assuming if council would approve $40,000, that would at least enable us to install an exterior plugging, so in case of the emergency, we can rent and hire contractors to supply power to our building.
Sorry, Jeff, on that, did we try pricing that through Canoe? Because I know at the trade show there was a few different vendors that had large discounts for RMA members through there.
Right, I have not checked into that yet. We were still trying to narrow down what is exactly needed to run the building. With the air conditioners, it's a rather large draw. It's nice to say, well, in wintertime, we only put 200 amps through the building, but during the summer, there's 9 units on top of this building for air conditioning. Well, air conditioning, heating. So once you get all those going, it uses quite a bit of a draw. There is a 400 amp system coming in. So I do have an electrician coming in the next couple of weeks to look at our system, see where we can do. And so it was just a rough estimate as to $200,000 first, so that way we have something to work with.
Okay. And I did look into a grant program, DFFA emergency grant. I lost my sticky telling me what that stands for. I apologize.
So Mr. Chair, that was the Joint Emergency Preparedness Program. I did look into that and it's no longer open open for applications.
I got the same results, thank you. That's all the buildings. I'll move into the business technology. The first one is county server for $20,000, and then the next one is for record management software implementation for $20,000. We are dealing with a county server that does refresh and make us lose our work from time to time, and the record management system is also very important. We're still rely heavily on paper for record management.
Matthew?
Just if I could through the chair, this is slightly different than what was originally proposed to the finance committee where it was the original $200,000. The reason we've made that change is we have a lot of legwork that we have to get ready and prep and organize before we roll out another software. Because if we're not properly organized when we transition to a record system, it's only gonna be as good as the data that's scanned. So the thought process was let's put some capital dollars into getting us to a better position to be better prepared for a transition to a full digital system. So this is definitely a change from the finance committee.
Mr. Orwa?
Just to add on what Jeff mentioned there on the server, so currently we have about, I think this one was sent to the finance committee as well. We currently have 3 main servers that supports our critical business applications, 2 here and 1 at the fort. And the one that is here is end of life is end of this year. So we have to plan ahead and make sure that it is in place before it runs out.
I can continue. The next one is the gateway sign. This was not changed. It was a carry forward, or sorry, not carry forward. It was just it was always there as a 2026 project from previous capital plans. I did look into NRED, CCBF, as well as small community program. All 3. This project wouldn't fit under the funding criteria for those 3.
Councillor St. Martin?
I'm aware that the MD of Opportunity, how they access the NRED funding is they did, the project was called rebranding and enhancement of community entrance signs. And that's how they were able to get approval under that project. And I'm just wondering if we can't fund this, the full entrance signage as we envision it, as an interim option, can we look at replacing the ones that are about to fall down with a Diabond, a 4x8 Diabond sign? They're very affordable, they're durable, they're reflective at night, and the cost of them are under $1,000. So that might be an option to look at.
Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, did we not send some funding back, NRED funding back
For
on the
rebranding.
rebranding and
3 years ago?
3 years ago?
Oh,
Last year.
Or was it last year? Yeah.
hey, Mr. Reeve, if that ever happens again, apply for a rescope, change of scope, because they're very open to that.
Okay.
Rather than sending the funds back.
Then I'm moving to environmental areas. There are 3 projects to be highlighted to council. Number 1 is the Blue Ridge Lagoon dredging. We'll be sending the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Program grant application to Morrow to see if we're successful for up to 46% of funding. The next one is the Blue Ridge sewer air release replacement. Here in the budget, I've budgeted for 3 units, but you have heard from Mr. Robert Kerr that we may have 1 more to add. So while we present the final one, I may, for full transparency, I may have to release by another 20,000 to account for the one that we didn't do or couldn't complete this year. And the last one is the to purchase a tanker so we can perform sewer line flushing ourselves and keep our sewer lines in good condition. And if I can move on to firehouse, there are two items here. Number one is to purchase a Type 5 wildland urban interface unit with 300 gallon capacity and hose. If council approves it, we only really pay 10% of the purchase price, and the remaining 90% will be paid when the vehicle is delivered, which typically it's 18 to 24 months delivery timeline. The second one is a wildland urban interface trailer replacement. We want to replace the trailer with an enclosed unit. This one is, if council choose not to approve in 2026, we're okay as long as council approves it in 2027. It's possible. Council does have the ability for this one. Moving into the last category, which is machinery and equipment and essentially fleet. The first one is additional handy hitch rollers for 3 of them. One of them is already in the previously approved 2026 budget, and this, if council approved the 3, would be approving 1 advancement and 1 additional one, as per my previous presentation at Finance Committee, as well as in the October GMP meeting. The next one is tractor and mower for $650,000. The intent is we purchase 2 units of tractors and mowers and bring mowing in-house, and that was presented to council in October as well to demonstrate the finances. I have updated the write-up if council's curious about the details. Councilor McNeil did ask me a question at Finance Committee about parking. I did confirm with the Ford shop staff that the tractor can very well be parked outside, so it's not taking up the internal space, therefore there'd be no parking cost. So I have updated the verbiage in the write-up. The next one is a refuse truck replacement. As you heard from Robert, that currently we have 1 unit that's it's the integrity of the box it's in question. You can poke your fist into the hole. That needs to be replaced. And the next one is a pickup replacement. We want to take the opportunity, as we're replacing, to upgrade it to a 1-ton. We do lack of heavier units to pull trailers of our equipment, especially packers and skid steers and dozers. And this replacement will take care of multiple needs while we replace older units. We have made quite a bit of changes, as you can see how many lines are highlighted yellow. We have taken back a pickup truck replacement request from the Finance Committee request for presentation. We also have taken back the 2 pull units that we asked for at the Finance Committee by choosing to repair existing units, even though they're really hefty costs. But CEO made a good point that if we can still repair them, then that may not be a bad solution to provide some pool units.
Councilor McNeil.
Sorry, through the chair to Jeff, just a quick clarification on replace a 157 half-ton to 1-ton. On our spreadsheet, it shows as $110,000, and in our single capital project proposal, it shows as $80,000.
Through the chair to Councilor McNeil, that would be a mistake on my part on the sheet. 110 is the right number.
Okay, thank you.
There were 2 units, that 1 unit we held back, probably messed up the numbers.
Yeah, no worries.
I may continue. Moving on to the next one is the loader purchase. This was presented to council as part of our winter maintenance delivery presentation back in October. To supply us with a loader. To answer Councilor McNeil's question, we used to have 3 loaders in our county. was 2 years ago, the third loader was surplus, and that put us in a position of no redundancy. Luckily though, maybe pure luck, that we haven't had a major service disruption that we couldn't remedy in a short order, mostly through the staff's ability to fix the machine when the machine broke down. It is, however, in my mind, still very necessary to provide that redundancy. We just cannot risk for either shop of us to have a service interruption during winter plowing. That's a risk I don't think it's easy for anyone of us in this room to swallow. If I may continue to the next one, is the replacement of an airport mower deck. This is not a self-propelling mower, this is a trailer attachment to the existing unit for $15,000. Next one is to replace a all-terrain vehicle, SB40, with a side-by-side that can be shared between recreation and agriculture services, where agriculture services can use it for roadside spraying and roadside inspections, and recreation can use for trail maintenance and or spreading or hauling mulch and any of those activities for $20,000. And the last one is the grader replacement. This is also based on my presentation to council back in October, try to keep up with our very aged and our old graders replacement. Now, council may question why it's $400,000, because $800,000 is the cost to replace a grader, but you don't pay for any of the amount until you actually receive the grader. So even if council approved the purchase and I can put in an order on January 1st, 2026, by the time the grader arrives, it'll be 2027, the payment will be made in 2027. The way we're budgeting is simply trying to lessen the load on any given year, so to spread it evenly. If council, as I said, if council approves the $400,000 for 2026, can very well just become carried forward into 2027, because we're not going to make the payment until 2027. I just want to be clear on that point. That's all the 2026 projects that I want to discuss with council.
Any further questions on this for now? Mr. Orwa?
So then, at the end of that presentation, there is the funding. Where are we getting money to fund all these projects? Because I think that's where the key. Now, the way we've set it up, we have the grants funding, that is 1.2 million coming from both LGFF and the CCBF, that is the Canadian Community Building Fund. And then we have the ICF. Remember we talked about the 1.8, so we are getting 75% of that revenue coming, remember, through ICF that we talked about. And then the DRP, those projects that Jeff talked about, again, 0.9 is coming back, so that's revenue if those things succeed. So, and then the balance is coming from capital reserves. We are pulling about 2 million from capital reserves to fund. Last year we pulled about 1.9 million. In comparison, even for grants, we pulled about 1.69 million. This time 1.2. The only difference is that you can commit future funding for some of these areas. So administration committed about 400,000 for the plow truck this year for the 2026. That's why that is low. Otherwise, it should have been just 1.6. And then finally, we have taxation. That is that transfer to capital. Remember the big figure I was talking about on the budget side. So it's about 6 million. And last year, of course, it was about 3.2. But of course, we have some major projects in 2026. So you can see at that point, I've balanced also capital with those funding.
Do you have, and again, I know these are all needs that we have to, but I'd like to caution pulling millions of dollars year over year out of reserves. I mean, you do that too much time, especially if we're at a position where we're only budgeting about 900,000 or so to go back in, and we're taking double that out every year, you're gonna run backwards in a hurry. So, looking again through the items here, like there's a lot of these, say, potential reserve or sorry, potential grant and cap. I don't see anything on here that signifies that we're pulling directly out of, like, are there large projects that are directly out of reserves on this, or just kind of a compilation of everything?
It's a combination of everything, but eventually when we finalize, we have to figure out how we match exact projects that will be pulling funds from reserves. For example, today, if maybe they say we are going to do that airport, the first item in 2027, then that means already it's knocked out by about 2 million. So it comes down to 4 million. So, and depending on direction council gives us, we should be able now, when we bring this one to be passed, then we'll tell you exactly these projects correspond to this one, and these projects will correspond to that one, and we'll lay them out. So we're just waiting for direction to give us a go-ahead.
Mr. Ferris?
Through the chair, just looking at the numbers and going off of John's summary, that we can avoid the utilization of our reserves by having a very strong discussion either today or next week regarding the East Mountain Road slide. We've repaired the road to before the slide and after the slide. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, if not, for a very similar amount to fix the 100 or 200 meter zone in that slide. So to put $2 million into a slide is problematic. We never know when it's gonna completely fail, but we can continue to maintain it, and it's one project there that we struggled with even administratively. It's definitely a concern. It is definitely an infrastructure thing that will cause a problem someday, but it's the single project there where it changes your requirement to go into reserves. And we didn't feel that we had the authority administratively to just say, hey, let's not include it. Jeff can speak to the risks and why it costs $2 million. But that is that, and of course the new acquisition project, there's $3 million in capital funding. That is, I don't wanna say an easy discussion, but those two projects alone is the reason why we're looking at utilizing reserves. You get rid of those projects, we don't have to utilize reserves at all.
Councillor St. Martin?
Through the chair to Jeff. So I heard you say in one of the meetings that slide continues to move. So it's not that it's static, it's not moving. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, we have been monitoring this slide for at least the past 14 years. It moves in some years and stagnant for a period of time, and it moved again. Before last year, so between 2020 to 2024, it's pretty stagnant. 2024, it just something caused it, but it started to move again. And the road surface last July, it actually dropped by 0.5 meter. And slides are reactive, and the way that we address slides is pretty reactive. We don't always know they are there until they start to show. And it is a time bomb, and that's why I'm trying to remove the risk for the county. I also for CO Ferris, it's a bit of job security, because it's hard for administration to give you a definitive answer whether it's going to move, whether it's not going to move, how much risk. There's a lot of unknowns in that. For me, I'll advise that there are a couple options you can choose. One, of course, you can choose to fix it. Fixing it will require some sort of retaining wall structure or a chimney drain system. They both cost in the $2 million range, and is supposedly be a solution of the long term, so somewhere in the 30 to 50 year period. The CASOM did come out with a road realignment option, which I would not advise you, because road realignment is not the same price, and what if the slide keep growing and you take a new road away? So that's one option, is to address it right away. Now you, as CEO Ferris said, you also have the choice by taking on some risk in planning for some emergency fixes that you can stretch for another year, and do take on the risk that I do understand there's the risk that if it failed in spring, because spring is the time that typically moves, administration may have to come back to you and say, do you really still want to delay for a year, or you want to do emergency fixes? And by that time, we probably miss the perfect tendering season, and your price will be higher. The slide is bigger than what's there today. So I do want to highlight those the risks for you. Certainly you can take the gamble of trying to do something temporary and try to delay the project for 2027. If you choose that direction, it is still my advice that you hold on to 2027. Don't try to delay any further, because really slides don't improve themselves, they always get worse. So eventually you have to fix it.
I'm assuming administrations look at all different grant angles at what could possibly offset this. And have we looked at the rates if we were to debenture the repair?
Through the chair, we have not looked at debenture rates. We have provided the slide and the issue to our grant consultants, and I'll be providing it to our new grant consultants as well, with the hope that there will be something that we can utilize, whether it be stormwater or relating to that, because it is a slide. So we are looking at all avenues, but unfortunately nothing at this time sticks. So
Councillor McNeil?
Just a quick question, through administration to Jeff. From a liability perspective, what is, like, I'm just worst case scenarioing, basically, if it's something happens, somebody drives through there at 3 AM come this spring, and all of a sudden the slide's worse than it's been for the whole year, and they have a significant accident, what is the county's responsibility?
Through the chair to Councillor McNeil, that's more of a legal question. I will advise, though, slides happen often on the highways. It's not like that just because a slide happened that the road authority is always on the hook. There is a bit of responsibility on the driver as well, to be driving to the road condition. Generally, when we do know there's a slide, it is our responsibility to set up a regular patrol and inspection program, i.e. every week, or twice a week. You can freely decide on the schedule, so that we can demonstrate, in case there's a lawsuit, we can demonstrate that we have done our part to mitigate. And if truly that's through our inspection, the slide has deteriorated to the point of causing damages to travelers, then we need to be prepared to immediately shut down the road. And it's luckily or unlucky, there's West Mountain Road people can use. It's a bit of detour, but that will be the option.
Councillor St. Martin?
Yeah, and you've got this classified as a number 2 on the list, not a 3. You've also pointed out the safety factor involved here. I can tell you there's a B-train tanker truck that uses that road regularly. You watch that truck go over and their tanks are going like this, right? So there's high potential for one of them to tip over, including, our emergency response if they're sending a tanker truck out there and it's half full or whatever. So, yeah. I definitely wouldn't want to take this one off the project list.
To that comment, if we have heavy traffic on that road, can we possibly go after like an industry road grant?
we can absolutely look at that as well.
Councillor McNeil and then Jeff.
Just thank you for that. That was, I guess, just kind of my comment from a safety perspective, is that if the potential is that it could change, then we want to make sure residents know it can change And when I say that, around here, it might even be kind of a no-brainer, but where I grew up, I can go back and the same potholes are where they were 40 years ago. And they're the same, you know, so in these conditions, it's not like that. It's that it could change, so.
Your worship, I have looked into potential grant program. I came across the county of Wheatland who applied for a slide repair under the STIP program under Resource Road program. The program itself is very small, and I based on my review of the criteria and how much funding, I assess our chance of getting funding is slim. But that's not to say the deadline for that program is tomorrow to apply.
Councillor Cogan?
Yeah, I guess listening to the conversation, for me to put an end to this and what you had said about us having to take some of this out of our reserves, I think at the end of the day, we gotta fix this thing anyway. And it's, in a sense, it's a one-off, but it is really a struggle for me to continue putting a Band-Aid on it over and over again, because you know, it is, you know, we're getting advice from our infrastructure guy who I trust completely after the way I've seen him work. And I think, personally, I think this is one that needs to stay on the books.
Okay, any other discussion before we wrap up here tonight and bring this back? Councillor St. Martin?
Mr. Reeve, through to council and administration, that was kind of why I was looking at the operating budget and looking at maybe phasing some of this to free up some dollars that could maybe transition into the capital budget and reduce some of these costs.
Okay, just checking, Mr. Ferris, do you need anything else from council for today, or just pass a motion to defer conversations to the council meeting?
Based on the discussions I've heard today, I think if it pleases council, I'd like 3 motions, in fact. One, to accept the discussion for information and direct it to our staff to bring back. A second motion there is provided in the package, and it speaks specifically to directing staff to have authority to apply for any grant under the sun for anything in the operating budget and the capital budget, because some of those grants require council motions, and a one catch-all motion will help us. And I do believe, just based on the comments from Councillor St. Martin, that a motion directing us to bring back next week our reserve policy to discuss the full and implementation would be appropriate, if that's a direction council wishes to go.
Councillor St. Martin?
Do we need one more motion to bring back the one policy for the interest funds?
I'm sorry, that's the financial reserve policy which I was speaking to, policy 5.202 financial reserve policy.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other discussion from council? I'm not seeing any, but 3 motions administration is looking forward. If someone wants to make the first motion to accept the conversation's information. Councillor St. Martin?
I'll move that council receive the discussion on the operating and capital budgets as information with intent to bring back for further review.
Thank you, councillor. Discussion to the motion? See any, I'll call that question. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Kukin?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to direct our CAO to make sure that our staff applies to any and all grants available that will be of benefit to our municipality.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor McNeil?
Just have a quick question about that for clarification, I guess discussion to the motion. It's a lot of staff time, like I'm, the one who's always ringing the grant bell, of course, but is that an appropriate motion for us to make without having like a time constraint or something?
do believe with a couple individuals we have actively searching for grants currently that we could probably put the project list on their desk and have them take a look and see what else or what's all possibly applicable.
Through the chair, you're right, and request, not that I have the ability to request a friendly amendment, but if you could perhaps use the wording provided as an option. It isn't necessarily that we have the resources at the moment to do a complete analysis of every possible grant under the sun. It is some of the grants that we know we need to apply for, we actually need a motion authorizing us to apply for. So the proposed motion was that council authorizes administration to apply for federal, provincial, or other external grants that support initiatives included in the 2026 budget or the 2026 to 2031 capital plan, provided that any application requiring municipal matching funds exceeding approved budget amounts be brought back for approval prior to submission.
That was exactly what my friendly
That's
amendment was.
what he said, yeah, what he said, yeah. That is accepted.
Okay, so amended motion on the floor, discussion to the motion, call the question, all in favor? Good motion, Peter.
Well done.
And then number 3 motion, Councillor St. Martin.
I'd like to move that council direct administration to bring the financial reserve policy 5.202 to the next budget meeting for review.
Councillor, discussion to that motion? Seeing I call the question, all in favor? That leaves us number 4, motion to adjourn. Councillor McNeil,
Make the motion to adjourn at 4:01.
Councillor, call the question, all in favor? We're adjourned.